Thank you for your patience. We are joining the meeting now. We're trying to add a couple of people in, but all board members are in. I will let you know that our meeting this evening was scheduled to be in person and remote, but due to the weather and closure of school, this meeting will be solely held remotely. And all board members are here. We're trying to get a couple of other folks in. So there, see, our interim superintendent has just joined us and get the meeting started. Call the meeting to order. And I will ask our treasurer, Mr. Hawley, for a roll call.
Mr. Doherty,
Here.
Dr. Lorenz,
Here.
Ms. Pettit,
Here.
Dr. Swetchenow,
Here.
Mrs. Washburn.
Here.
All board members are present. Again, we're trying to get a few folks added in. The first thing that we need to do this evening is to adopt our agenda. And so is there a motion to adopt the agenda for this evening?
So moved.
Dr. Swetchenow moved. Is there a second? I see Ms. Pettit. Any questions or concerns or changes to the agenda? The agenda is posted on board docs. All right, Mr. Hawley, can we vote on the agenda?
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Ms. Pettit,
Yes.
Dr. Swetchenow,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn,
Yes.
Mr. Doherty.
Yes.
Motion carried. Once again, I'll welcome our guests this evening. You do come in through, I believe, a Zoom webinar to attend our meeting virtually. After the meeting is over, it is recorded and should be available via link sometime tomorrow. I would ask you all to rise and listen while I say the Pledge of Allegiance. If we all say it together, it will get pretty crazy. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The first or next item on the agenda is hearing of the public. The public was invited to send emails to the board. There are actually two hearings of the public this evening. We did receive a couple of emails that were sent to all board members concerning search firms. None of those emails were requested to be read. So I think I will save and summarize that input when we get to the search firm discussion. But we will mention that public input concerning that. We did receive one letter, one email that we were asked to read for hearing of the public. And it goes like this. Hearing of the public, Dave Shoemaker, Loveland School District resident. When the Loveland School Board needs more money from the Loveland taxpayers, the school board puts a new real estate tax levy on the ballot. If the levy passes by voters' simple majority, the additional funds will be paid starting the subsequent tax year. There are three types of real estate tax levies: bond levy, permanent improvement levy, and operating levy. Loveland taxpayers approved a permanent improvement levy in 2004 that provided $3.1 million of additional yearly revenue for expenses like buildings, buses, computers, books, etc. Loveland taxpayers have also approved over the years a number of operating tax levies to provide additional taxpayer money for day-to-day expenses, the primary expense being employee pay and benefits. The most recent approved operating levies were 2008, 2011, and 2014. At present, the total Loveland taxpayer real estate tax revenue is around $29 to $30 million per year. The school board has also put additional operating tax levies on the 2019 November ballot and the 2020 May ballot. Both of these levies were not approved by the Loveland voters. As previously stated, operating levies are primarily to obtain more money for school employee pay and benefits. So it is obvious that the 2019 and 2020 failed levies put additional pressure on the school board's ability to meet the school employee payroll. However, I have discovered a relationship between Loveland teacher pay and benefits cost, the permanent improvement levy cost, and the yearly total of the Loveland taxpayer real estate tax revenue that surprises me. Looking at Loveland teacher average pay over the past 14 years and calculating a yearly teacher pay and benefit costs gives a marker as to when the board would put a new operating levy on the ballot. For example, for school year 2019, the real estate tax revenue was $29.039 million. If you subtract the yearly permanent improvement fund cost of $3.1 million, you have $25.939 million of real estate tax revenue remaining. The total cost of Loveland teacher pay and benefits for the year was $26.620 million. Therefore, the total cost of Loveland teachers alone exceeds the available real estate tax revenue by $681,000. There are no remaining real estate tax funds available to pay other school employees' pay and benefits, thus the need for more money via a new operating tax levy. The million-dollar question is the school board overpaying Loveland teachers? Or is the increasing Loveland teachers' cost appropriate and fair when compared to the educational value the Loveland teachers provide to the Loveland community? To find out, I will conduct a comparison of Loveland teacher pay to the teacher pay provided by the following area school districts: Sycamore, Kings, Little Miami, Goshen, Milford, Indian Hill, Forest Hills, Madeira, Wyoming, and Mason. I will let you know the results of my comparison at a future board meeting. Thanks for all you do, and thanks for your continued consideration. Regards, Dave Shoemaker. I will send that to Mr. Hawley and have that entered into the minutes.
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes,
can I just make a quick statement on one piece of information that was in there?
yes.
So I can't speak to all the specific details that is in there, but I did want to clarify just one piece of information, and it's something that could very easily be confused. So the reference point to real estate tax revenue of 29 million is on the 5-year forecast. The 5-year forecast is only our general operating fund, so it's what we call the general fund. So when you're talking about $3.1 million of permanent improvement money, that does not necessarily need to come out of that revenue. That's a separate fund, and those funds come in separately. So I just wanted to clear that up, just so there's not necessarily any confusion. It gets really confusing. School finance is a very complicated thing to look at, and so those are two separate things when you look at them. So just wanted to bring up a point of clarification.
Kevin, I was going to suggest that when you give your report later on, you might highlight unrestricted aid, for example, in the pie chart, and substantial other dollars that go into the mix here, and
Sure.
might give it some light.
Absolutely. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, as I said, I will provide that email communication to you, Mr. Hawley, to have it entered into the minutes. And I would also suggest that perhaps Mr. Shoemaker would welcome communication directly to him concerning those numbers that you just gave us, that might be helpful.
Thank you to him. Thank you to him.
Yes. That's all I have for hearing of the public in general. We then have a hearing of the public for purpose of rehire to complete procedures initiated on September 22nd. And this is concerning the retirement and rehire of the Loveland City School District business manager. I received no communication. I received no notice of any public entity asking to participate in hearing of the public for this question. So I will move on, and that completes one of the requirements for the possibility of a rehire of a retired employee. We'll then move on to the second item on the agenda, which is presentations. And the first one is our Business Advisory Council. And I believe that we have presenters who will be joining us. Mr. Lape, I believe you'll be promoting them, as we say, to participants so that they can present to us.
Dr. Lorenz, as Lynette Viox and Drews Mitchell are promoted into the meeting, I just wanted to just call out that the Business Advisory Council is is a mandated component from the Ohio Department of Education. Also, I would like to just kind of do a little introduction. Lynette Viox, who is on the screen, she's one of our business teachers at Loveland High School. She's a longtime Loveland Tiger, so it's really awesome to have her be a part of this group. And we also have Mr. Drews Mitchell, who is one of our high school counselors and has been instrumental in working on a lot of college career readiness activities. So I will turn it over to them.
Hi, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if that's okay, and start the presentation. Okay, so first of all, I just want to thank you for having us here tonight and letting us present our Business Advisory Council for the year. And again, my name is Lynette Viox, and I am one of the business and technology teachers here at the high school. As Andrea mentioned, the Business Advisory Council is a mandate from the Ohio Department of Education. And the purpose of the Business Advisory Council is to foster cooperation among schools, businesses, and the communities they serve. And the work is to ensure that the work of educators aligns with the needs of the businesses. The Business Advisory Councils are to meet at a minimum quarterly. And the requirement is that they report to you, the Board of Education, by March 1st of each year to talk about what the committee has done and what the committee is going to do. And here we have just an abbreviated version of the mission statement. And the Loveland City Schools Business Advisory Council pledges to address the following goals: the delineation of employment skills and the development of curriculum to instill these skills, the changes in the economy and the job market and the types of employment in which future jobs are most likely to be available, the development of a working relationship among businesses. And in essence, our goal is to be more of an action committee, not just a reporting committee. And we're also structured to be able to appoint subcommittees when we feel necessary to complete certain tasks within the district. Currently, the members that we have, our chairperson is Charles Ogden, our Director of Human Resources. The first vice chairperson is Cece Collins, our chamber president. Our members are Eileen Washburn, our board member representative, Andrea Connor, our assistant superintendent, Nick Winenberg, who is a local business owner, myself from the high school as a business financial literacy teacher, Amy Stewart, who is a Great Oaks teacher, which although she teaches here at Loveland High School, Cindy Dahlmeyer, who is also a business community member, Drews Mitchell, which is one of our high school one of our high school guidance counselors, Peggy Johnson, our high school principal, and David Knapp, our middle school principal. So far for accomplishments, this year we have considered to be more of a rebuilding year. One, because of COVID, we have not been able to have much activity with people coming into our schools or us going out into the community. And also, since the beginning, we've had several business members that have been on our committee, but have had to step out this year. So this has been more of kind of a rebuilding year for the committee. So the goals this year were to review the Business Advisory Council's plan and indicate any needed adjustments and additions. Also kind of to sit back and look and decide who's actually missing at the table to kind of fill some of those missing positions, and also add any additional people that we feel need to be added to the council. And also to brainstorm the concept of maybe a virtual local business forum that we can maybe do things in more of a virtual manner, depending on how things continue next year with COVID. We scheduled 4 meetings for the 2021 year, 3 which have been completed as of today. So because there are a couple of new council members this year, board members, sorry, I thought what I would do with this presentation is also kind of go backwards a little bit and kind of get you guys up to date for what we have done as a council and give you some of our past accomplishments as well, especially since this has kind of been a rebuilding year. What we did starting in the beginning is go out and we were seeking input from outside sources to help guide us in our direction to help align with the needs of the businesses. And what we were looking at was getting input from higher education, from the trades, and career technical education. So one of the first guest speakers that we brought in was Dr. Don Kilgo, who was an associate professor and Linder Research Fellow from the Linder Graduate School of Business. And he took a sabbatical for a year and did some very in-depth research for the Linder School of Business, looking at what were the employers out there looking for their actual graduates. And what he did for us is come in and present to us basically the highlights of his research and maybe how we could take that information into our district and help our students. And some of the highlights he thought were important for us at our level were that students need quantitative skills no matter what their major is, that math is very important. He also was emphasized very heavily that experiential learning was the best predictor of job offers. That's what he found. So things that he pointed out were co-ops, internships, study abroads, participation in research. He also found it was very important for students to stay focused and go in depth in their studies. In addition, he felt it was very important that school curriculum included projects and project-based learning, collaboration, critical thinking and problem solving, that students felt passion from their teachers and what they were teaching, that communication skills, oral and written, were super important, conflict resolution, inner drive and curiosity from the students themselves, and that involvement from parents and the mindset of understanding that all of this sets of soft skills were just as important as the hardcore curriculum. Next, we went out seeking information from the trades, and we heard from Bill Fraley and Mike Craig, which were both from the local 392 Plumbers, Pipe Fitters, and Mechanical Equipment Service. And what we heard from them is they're having a severe shortage of skilled workers. They have an aging workforce and they're not getting enough applicants to fill those jobs. And what they said maybe Loveland schools could do is expand programs like the Project Lead the Way that we already have. Also communicate with parents to change the mindset of that the skilled workers just change maybe the current mindset and past mindset of what a skilled workforce looks like and what those jobs look like and what kind of workforce that is. And maybe to also increase outreach to a diverse population, specifically females and the underserved populations. They talked about their apprenticeship program offered at the 392 Joint Apprentice Training Council, and that it's a 5-year program. They offer pension, healthcare, wages, and free schooling. They talked about that a first-year apprentice makes about $13 an hour plus benefits, and a journeyman makes about $60,000 a year. They talked to us about what makes a good candidate. They said someone who's reliable, that has good attendance, that's a team player, that has good math skills, a good work ethic, communication skills, and is a critical thinker and problem solver. And that year, when I was sitting down and putting together the board presentation, I thought about like what both of these people said, both of these presenters, people that were looking at students coming out of graduate school and students that were coming out of apprenticeships and going into skilled labor. And what I found was there were so many overlaps. So I put together this slide and kind of tried to look at what they both said. They both said they need good math skills. They both said they need team players and people that want to and are able to collaborate. Good critical thinkers and problem solvers. people that had great communication skills. They also said that we need to be able to communicate with parents. And they also said that students need this internal drive and good work ethic and curiosity. So I found this to be so important that we were hearing from higher education and we were hearing from the skilled trades that these skills that our students need are the same no matter what pathway that they decide they're going to take when they leave us. And I just found that so important. And I talk to my students about this all the time. So I really did want to take the time to point that out. So I also wanted to talk about some of the things that we're doing now, that although COVID has put some restrictions on how we can work with our community partners, that we do have programs that are still able to make that connection. We have a program called Tigers Inc. at the high school that Craig and Renan, my co-partner in the business department, leads. It's a student experience course that students sign up for, and they work with community partners. And some of the things they're able to do this year, they have some partnerships with local businesses where they're working on creating social media advertising campaigns for these local businesses. Vibe Nutrition, Mad Monk's Pizza, RP Diamond. They also have some student governmental partnerships where they've worked on some safety planning, some parks evaluation projects with the City of Loveland and the Parks and Recreation Board. A program I really want to talk about that is worked with our Chamber of Commerce and our local businesses. Last year, we had a one-night event called Impact Night, where we worked with local businesses to get people to come out in support of our local businesses. It was very well supported. We had a very crowded night downtown Loveland, and lots of people came out in support of our local businesses. And they're going to bring that back this year through the marketing cohort of Tigers Inc. But because of COVID, they're going to make it longer, a week long. So maybe, we can't have the crowds that we had, but it's super important that we do support our local businesses. And they're calling it Back Our Businesses Week. And they're working with the Chamber of Commerce, with our local businesses, working with some partnerships with some local nonprofits to really emphasize and help market our local businesses throughout Loveland, and really support and give them the, hopefully the viewership that they deserve. And it's a great way to connect our school with our local community. The financial piece of Tigers Inc. has a live portfolio that they actually manage, and we do have mentors that come in and work with them as well. And they also have had a virtual guest speaker series. So we're very lucky that we have this, and we have some really awesome partnerships where our kids are getting some great mentorship and ability to still work with the public. So this year, we also have another addition to the Business Advisory Council, Nick Winenberg, and he is a business owner and also was one of the founders of the Young Business, sorry, I forget the name of the Loveland Young Entrepreneurs, something along those lines, sorry. I should have that written down. But Nick is going to be able to give us some real-time data regarding local and regional employment opportunities and trends that he has access to through his business. So we're able to access that kind of information like on a nationwide, look at the national data, but he can give us information like right now, like what kind of jobs are available, what those salaries look like, how many jobs are available like in Claremont County right now for engineers, and what does that pay look like? It's going to be amazing data that he's going to be able to provide us. He's also going to be a great contact for future shadowing opportunities for students when maybe some COVID restrictions do open up. He's also going to be a great resource for us for providing information on current trends and resumes and interviewing techniques, because as we know, those things change, as times change, and as we can access that information, and we as teachers can update our information in the classrooms and get these kids current and up to date, that's invaluable. He also can provide data on hard and soft skills that employers are seeking. You know, what is it that employers want right now? So he's going to be a great addition to our council. So I'm going to turn this over now to Drew Mitchell, who is one of our high school counselors, to talk to you a little bit about what else we are doing currently.
As Lynette alluded to, we are particularly thankful for this opportunity tonight to share this information because it's about kids and our heart is for students. And when you see the topic on the slide, say awareness, there's two parts to that we want to highlight in our Business Advisory Council. Number one, students have to be aware of themselves and they have to understand their own gifts, their talents, their abilities, and their strengths on top of their interests, because we know interests only will take them so far. The awareness piece takes them into those areas that they don't know. And that's where this council is so much a part of what we're doing in connecting kids with real world experiences. We also know that they have to understand those real world experiences, as Lynette alluded to. So we'll talk about connections with those in just a second. But it's important, I think, for everyone to understand the whole grade level presentations that we're continuing to use, courtesy of screencasts. So we developed some screencasts helping students to use Naviance, our online college and career planning system. This is a 6 through 12 career and college research tool that students start using truly in 6th grade with exploration as the primary activity. We are never telling kids ever, it doesn't matter if they're 6th, 12th, or whatever grade, that they're going to know what they're going to do the rest of their life. We're helping students to see what those opportunities look like based upon how they see themselves and what they know about themselves. And Naviance is a big part of that. Those screencasts are shown during Tiger Time and give students a chance to take a career assessment, learn a little bit about themselves, and then take some steps towards research in a way that's personally relevant. Those lead to individual meetings. That's kind of where we are at the high school this year. Unfortunately, we don't have advisory or Tiger Time at the high school because of some of the constraints with COVID-19. So we're getting that information out to students via email. We are doing some classroom presentations as we're invited in, but the heart of what we're doing in terms of these connections with awareness truly is through the individual meetings. And honestly, those often are the most impactful. Next slide, please. Engagement has happened in so many ways. And I just want to brag a little bit about our partnerships. We're so thankful for CC Collins as an example with Little Miami River Chamber Alliance, a very, very fruitful partnership with Claremont County Chamber and others. It's just scratching the surface. Because of those partnerships, we're able to allow students to get their hands wet. They're able to jump in and take a look at what this world of work looks like. In particular, some of the presentations that have happened through business partnerships with OKI, Junior Achievement, Festo as an example, coming in, allowing a group of students onto their facility to see some of the most up-to-date in regards to STEM opportunities has been huge in the past. And we're excited that that can continue into 21-22, especially as things begin to open up. Next slide, please. So as talked about, we see the Business Advisory Council as an important group to help us to move forward. Some new members giving us some opportunities that will be particularly meaningful because of data that is regionally specific. That's going to be a huge win. We continue to develop ideas in regards to connections then with students so they can hear from these leaders in business industry and allow them to get a sense of what this can look like for them as they pursue, whether it be an apprenticeship, a 2-year program, a 4-year program, military service. We want to help them to connect with people who are out doing the work that they're doing. And that's a huge part of the Business Advisory Council. And as talked about before, we can't wait for next year. We really believe that all the trends seem to indicate things are opening up, and we know that those opportunities then for students will open up as well. Next slide, please. We certainly want to take some time for any questions that you might have. As Lynette shared, we're thankful for Chuck's leadership in the Business Advisory Council this year. So his email is up there, but you're welcome to reach out to any of us. And if there are any questions now from anybody, we're happy to take those.
Mr. Doherty, I see your hand.
Yeah, just, first of all, excellent presentation. Coming out of the world I came out of, I can shake my head a whole lot with what you were saying about those core skills that are really pervasive in the job market. You're right on target. It doesn't matter what kind of position, at least in my experience, you're talking about. Those are almost universal skills. Math, maybe not so in the past, but math is kind of becoming a logical underpinning of so many things when decision making is fueled by more and more data these days. So totally on target. I was just curious though, as you were going through it, what level of participation do you see with the kids?
In what manner?
I'm just trying to understand, is it popular? I assume that it gets more popular as they progress in grade level. But I'm just trying to get a perspective in my own head about how it's looked at and how it's accepted, et cetera. Because I think it's incredibly useful stuff. I do stuff like this at the collegiate level, and some of it is news. So you starting it at the level that you're starting at, I think, is superb.
Well, it's exciting that every Loveland student participates. It's awesome. And when Andrea and I were talking and Lynette earlier on in regards to how can this have its greatest impact, we felt passionate that it had to be every Loveland student getting into meaningful tools, not just like, going into a career fair and they wander around and talk to their friends, but to see personally relevant opportunities based upon their own skills, talents, interests, and abilities as identified through career assessment, and then seeing how those lead to opportunities they may not be aware of through research. So every student, but to be honest with you, we're really seeing it take off in junior year. It's just a lot of momentum in 10th grade for those who are thinking about the Oaks, but then it starts again, like the light goes off for many in junior because they're so close to graduation. But again, thankful every student 6th through 12 every year is doing some sort of career awareness activity and then career research.
You used to see interest in internships at the collegiate level when you're a senior or about to become a senior. These days you're seeing it right after their first year. They're starting to think about it, starting to get engaged, and some of them are going out in their second year with internships, and it gives them that much more time to see the world.
Yeah.
And obviously before COVID hit, I feel like we're seeing it, curriculum wide too. We have so many teachers at the high school that are so active in helping getting their students opportunities through science, through, not only just through the business departments where, we're talking through right now, but getting shadowing opportunities in many different curriculum areas. And the kids, are so interested, and at such a younger age, they're thinking about it. And I think that's so exciting as well.
Yeah, nicely done.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I agree. It was a very comprehensive, very informative presentation. I realize that we are supposed to do this, but I feel like Loveland is doing a really, really good job with what we are supposed to do. So I think it's really benefiting Loveland students. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. All right, if there aren't any other questions or comments, we move into the report section of the meeting. You'll remember that the administrator reports are available on board docs. This evening, there are the Department of Teaching and Learning Board report, the Treasurer's report, and then there are the principals reports or the different building level reports in there. The building reports are especially important this time. We will not have student representative reports this evening because school was closed and we don't have the student reps joining us. So please look at those. There's a wealth of information in there about what is going on. Please look at the other reports as well. And unless anyone has a question or a comment on any of those reports, I know the treasurer's report will be handled when we get to the treasurer's items on the agenda. If there are questions or highlights, please wave at me and we can add those. Otherwise, we'll move on to the board president report. I see no waving hands. I have a very short report this evening. The follow through, we're still working on getting a follow through report up on the site somewhere, but I will just let you know that what we've been working on since the last meeting is making sure that we have a statement on our minutes that states that our meetings are held both in person and virtually, although this evening we're holding the meeting virtually. That we are working on making sure that the links are live and valid and get you where you need to go so that you can see the recordings of the meetings. The other thing that things that I have been doing are what other board members have been doing, follow through with the superintendent search firm. I have worked on the policy issue that the board asked to be considered last month, and we'll get to that when we come to the first reading of policy 7510. The only other thing I have to report, I did go to the Great Oaks meeting last week, and just as this meeting was affected by the weather, last Wednesday, if you will recall, weather got pretty bad at about 4 in the afternoon. So for the Great Oaks meeting, 22 out of 35 board members participated in the meeting via Zoom. So I think that's an all-time high. And if you think it's interesting working with 5 board members via Zoom, you should hear what it's like when you try to get 22 members to vote via Zoom. So it was a good meeting. However, the Great Oaks.
We're easy
faculty,
to deal with.
Pardon?
We're easy to deal with.
You are easy. You are very capable, very easy to deal with. And I don't have to manipulate the meeting. I don't have to be the one that mutes people or unmutes people at Great Oaks. So that's quite easy. They did talk about the vaccine efforts there. The Great Oaks teaching staff has been able to get their first vaccine shot if they wanted to get it. So that's what I have for my report. Again, unless there are questions or comments, we'll then move on to discussion topics. And the first thing under discussion topics is the superintendent's update. So I will introduce once again Brad Nevin, our interim superintendent, and ask him for his updates.
Thank you, Dr. Lorenz. Start off with the recommendation to pass resolution in support of House Bill 40. Just to give a little bit of the text of the resolution. Whereas existing Ohio law mandates that public school students administer numerous standardized state assessments to Ohio public school students, and whereas due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Board of Education of the Loveland City School District of the board believes it is in the best interest of parents and students that its teachers focus their time and resources on the necessary classroom lessons and concepts to ensure the current and future success of students instead of preparing for mandated state assessments, and whereas some members of the 134th General Assembly share the board's aforementioned belief and have introduced legislation with respect to the waiver of mandated state assessments for the 2021 school year. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Education of the Loveland City School District, the board having reviewed Ohio House Bill 40, et cetera, the interim superintendent, it says hereby supports the same and further urges the entire General Assembly in the state of Ohio to support House Bill 40. Further instructs the interim superintendent to provide copies of the resolution to local state representatives, et cetera, et cetera. Little background here. As you know, our testing window is a 10-day window in April, and there's a short period of time before that for our ELL students. The testing includes grades 3 through 8, as well as end of course exams for high school students. Individual student learning is impacted as each student is engaged in anywhere from 12 to 15 hours of testing. So, and along with the individual student testing time, each building adopts a testing schedule that is far different than the typical schedule we see on a regular school day. So the testing process itself takes away valuable instructional time. My experience is teachers welcome all data from all sources, including the state mandated testing. However, given the impacts of the pandemic and effects upon our learning process, I'm concerned that any data gleaned from this year's state testing will be seriously flawed and actually of little use to the educators in the classrooms. However, teachers are gathering data in real time on a daily basis and adopting accordingly for the new needs of the students, possibly more than they've ever had to, given the attendance issues and the fact that students are just learning differently at this point in time. I'm also concerned about our students who have been learning remotely, as the testing requires them to come to the school site, which is the site where their parents have avoided bringing them as an abundance of caution. And of course, that's their personal decision. So these are difficult and unique times, and I think they require a flexible response. And I feel strongly that the General Assembly needs to use flexibility to relieve this year's testing and report card requirements and to allow us to use this precious time for true teaching and learning. So I respectfully recommend the board pass this resolution, support House Bill 40, and consider supporting other legislation such as House Bill 67, which I was just made aware of yesterday. And am researching and have filed a request for my testimony that on House Bill 67 specifically be given to the legislators. So that's kind of where we are. If there are questions about the resolution or any of my thoughts on it or anything you'd like to add in.
Go ahead, Mr. Doherty.
Yeah, Brett, just if you think about this from 360 degrees around the issue, are there arguable downsides to us supporting the resolution? Is there?
I see none. I think you're not taking a position to say that you're not saying you're against state testing overall or that you don't want state testing. Essentially, what you're saying is just kind of this year we asked to gain this instructional time back. I think something else we need to recognize when Mrs. Connor and I were talking today, I said, well, what else have been the impacts? You realize, we're not doing field trips. We don't have the specials that we've had in the past. We don't have the grouping in the classroom the way it was. We've kind of gone back to the traditional line up in rows because that's the best way to protect the kids through the social distancing. Schooling looks a lot different than what it has. So that's going to have, I believe, a negative impact on the testing or the results of the testing, but also it has, the ongoing impact of spending time testing when we need to spend time teaching. And there's a lot of stress involved for the students with the testing model on top of what they're experiencing with the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think it gives some relief to our kids and our staff will still collect data. They do on a regular basis. They know how to teach their kids and how to inform their instruction based on that data.
Dr. Swetchenow.
So I'll take a devil's advocate position, which is a little bit what Kevin was asking as well. My devil's advocate position is, isn't this year the most important time to collect that data? We've seen a horrible disruption to learning models across the state. We'll have the ability now to look at schools that have gone back full-time, schools that have gone back hybrid, schools that have stayed remote, children that have been remote, and see how this has actually affected their learning. I totally understand and respect your point of view, but I think that foregoing the opportunity to measure our progress or lack thereof in such a critical time is a mistake. So devil's advocate, take the other side of that.
I completely agree with you about the measurement of how students are doing. And I think it's important for us to be able to come back to the board and say, this is what we're seeing. I just don't believe this is the appropriate model. We can talk and give you additional reports about the other assessments we're using within the classrooms that we get the data back from immediately, which we don't from the state testing. One of the frustrations that I've had personally, and a lot of educators have with the state testing is, you give the test in the spring and don't get the results back until maybe the summer or the fall. Well, it's difficult to use that to inform instruction and make changes. What our teachers are using is the real-time data. As an example, if we give a short quiz on a Friday the teacher can plan for how she can best address the needs of the kids on Monday. It would be appropriate, I think, for us to come back to you and say to the board, here's what we found the impacts have been based on the assessments we're using. And I'm worried about that data. I think we're going to see some scary information, quite frankly. But I do believe it's important to be accountable and bring that back to you. I just don't believe the state model does that.
Well, and then I appreciate it. And you certainly have years or not decades more experience with this than I do. So I trust your judgment on it. I know that we in Loveland will measure the progress of our children and figure out what we've done well and what we've done poorly and adjust to that. I'm not sure that the other school districts in the state have been as proactive as us as doing that. And I think that foregoing state testing prevents us from looking to stepping back and looking as a whole how districts have done. I certainly don't, again, disagree with anything you said. And I know that the teachers have gone above and beyond trying to keep our children on track with 3 different models, kind of phasing in and phasing out as COVID has waxed and waned. So I understand your point of view. So thanks.
Thank you.
Eric, I would say to that too, just building off what you said, that some of the districts that haven't had the same model as us, I teach higher risk students, and the test isn't going to tell me anything that I don't know about them. I know what they need. I know how much face time they've missed, how much intervention time they've missed. And right now the state requires that we give the OELPA. So I have these kids who are missing weeks of class, and then they go straight into air testing, and they're going to miss weeks of class, and then they have air testing to make up from last year. And they're pretty much testing from, I'm not even joking, the beginning of February through May. Not all kids, obviously, but the higher risk kids. And I just think it's detrimental to them, and they've already missed enough class time.
Anything else on this particular issue? I believe that it is on our agenda later to consider. There is a resolution concerning this, so we can consider that at that time. Mr. Denva, did you have additional update during your report?
I do. Just one more update. As the board and I discussed through my hiring process, the interviews and the hiring, and I think we came to consensus that there is no more critical issue facing the district right now than to engage in community discussions about how the district fits in with the community, and trying to gain insights from folks. And to that end, it's been my mission to engage as many stakeholders as possible during my short tenure with you through a series of community discussions or coffees. And a coffee may be just that. I want to make sure that the public understands this, and I believe you do. A coffee may be just sitting down and having a cup of coffee with CC Collins, as I did in my first week. But it also may mean an individual or small group discussion, maybe attending a service club. It may be doing what I've done a lot over the last couple of weeks. That's meeting with staff in small groups or large groups. And I've tried to do that as much as I possibly can. So I think to date, I've conducted approximately 25 of these meetings, and I have another 10 scheduled for this week, and the next 2 weeks are filling up. And the whole concept here is to give people a chance to have their voice heard where they feel comfortable. I've always engaged and been a proponent of large community meetings and community engagement meetings, but I think we all know that oftentimes folks don't show the need to. I say it's akin to the preacher saying, well, the choir listened to what I had to say, right? But a lot of the public doesn't show. So this idea is to go where they feel comfortable. Again, that's with their social network, it's with their service club, it's just, again, having coffee with them. And I've found these to be rich conversations. I've used this practice throughout my superintendency. I'm gathering great insights. I'll have a lot of patterns to discuss with you. It will narrow down to just a few key things that I think we need to address moving forward. What I will say is, to a person, I've found folks I ask them simple questions. Do you like kids? Well, that's a pretty easy one, right? But I do make them answer because I want to know. And then I ask them how they feel about the school district, how they feel about the performance of the school district and how it fits in. I basically just sit and listen to what they have to say. And then obviously we have discussions about the tax issues, and give them a chance to talk, give input, vent if they need to. and again, just listen to what they have to say. So I'll continue to do that and keep giving you reports on the information. It's been enlightening. It always is. I've thoroughly enjoyed the folks in the community. It's a great way for me to get a greater pulse of Loveland. At one point I joked, I asked a group, I said, you know why Disney is called Disney? And they said, why? And I said, well, because Loveland was already taken, right? I mean, I just believe that about the community. So we'll keep plugging away, and I'll keep getting information back to you, and hopefully we can use this to guide our practice in the future.
Mr. Doherty.
Brad, would you, you and I have talked, I assume you've talked with all the other board members about straight talk, telling us exactly what you think, when you think it. And in that vein, you want to give us a reading on the temperature of the community that you perceived as a result of all those discussions? Sure.
Temperature is a good word. You know, I talk in a lot of, Mr. Doherty, you and I have talked. I talked a lot of stories, right? And I remember being a high school principal and two freshmen get in a fight. Two freshman boys get in a fight in the cafeteria. They tear it up, and typically I would pull them in the office and I'd say, okay, have it out. Well, then they look at me like I'm crazy. And I say, well, you're going to tear up my cafeteria, but now I'm giving you a chance. And they're calmed down and they're exhausted. And I say now, what I would say to these freshman boys, who's the girl? Because it always comes down to the girl they're fighting over. My point is, though, is when you have them so violent, so frustrated, and so angry, they get exhausted. I think the community is tired of fighting. I think the community is ready to talk. I heard that from both people who are considered to be the vote yes crowd, and absolutely from the group that's the vote no crowd. Some of the people who have been identified and pointed out to me as being extremely vocal against the schools, I didn't see them as vocal against the schools. I see them vocal against taxes, quite frankly, or this tax issue. So I believe people are ready to talk. I think they are open to it. That was another question I asked. Are you willing to talk? And they sat there quietly and I said, yes or no. And they said, yes. Put on my teacher hat there for a bit with them. But I think we're in a spot where we can move forward. And sometimes in a community, a family, a community, whatever, as you know, it takes a crisis to really get the conversations going. So again, they've been very enlightening, and I look forward to more of the work.
Are you prepared to deliver any messages that the board needs to hear?
Let me get a couple of more weeks in. You know, I think one message that I would say to you is that any consideration on any additional taxes in the future, the board will absolutely have to have a large group of people involved in that discussion. You know, and I think that's something the community should be driving. That's the way it should be. You know what the need is. You can identify the need to some degree, but the community has to drive this and give you good guidance on what they can sustain. And right or wrong, there's a perception out there of some folks that their voices were not heard going into the ballot issues. And again, that's right or wrong, but I've always said that their perspective is their reality is their truth. So when it comes down to true or false, we can't say they're wrong if they really believe it.
Anything else for Mr. Nevin?
I just want to say that's a great update, and thanks for tackling that project with such vigor in your first couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I think we'll then move on, and the next discussion item is board review of superintendent search firms. And I'm going to turn the lead of the discussion over to Mr. Doherty.
Thank you, Kathy. And I am going to share a slide here if I get this to work properly. Did that come across? There it is. Okay, so I just put up a slide. It's on board docs after the meeting, I think. But all I did here was to go through the 5 firms that we talked with at the last meeting, and I had talked with individually prior to that meeting, and I recapped a few elements of all these firms so we could see them in one place and maybe do a little bit of comparison. But I think the real comparison has to occur based on our individual analysis of their presentations and what kinds of skills and capabilities they bring to us. But I'm going to just maybe refer to this a little bit as I go through this. I think I mentioned this at our last meeting on the 2nd, but all the firms, I believe, offer somewhat similar approaches in areas like the development of a candidate profile, which would be based on both board and what some of them call constituent input. And constituent is, kind of obvious. It's all the groups that the superintendent might touch in some way, shape, or form, up to and including students. Community engagement was something all the firms talked about, but they talked about it maybe in different ways. Candidate identification, the interviewing process, and on and on. What seems to me to primarily different between these firms is in the details of their approach. And I think all of them took time to highlight their individual processes in their various presentations. Costs, as you can see here, are somewhat similar except for OSBA. But the details of OSBA's services also differ the most as well. Essentially, the more service that is provided, the higher the cost. And I believe all of the firms to be viable options for us. I should say that from a due diligence perspective, I've been in the process, not yet complete, still going on, of doing brief reference checks on all the firms except for OSBA, and simply because they are so well known to the district and many others in the state. So I did not reach out to any of the many references they supplied in their material. My suggestion would be on this point, would be if we decide this evening to pursue a particular firm, we ensure that we complete at least 2 reference checks before finalizing a contract. Anything of concern that arises in a check can be brought to the board's attention before contract approval. So we have a decision to hopefully arrive at this evening. I don't think it's a straightforward one, as we have credible alternatives to choose between. I would suggest that the process might begin with a discussion of any board observations on the firms, and ultimately an articulation of our individual top 2s. And after that, maybe we can rank the overall top 2 and discuss choosing between them. Just a mechanism to kind of narrow this down from 5 ultimately to 1. Once we have a decision on the firm that we wish to engage, I think we should decide on a process to negotiate a final agreement with them and any associated costs based on particular services that we would wish to pursue, understanding that all of these fees are somewhat influenced by customizations to their standard offering that we might request. For example, do we wish to advertise, and what types of advertising are we interested in doing? Do we want to have a national search? There's other costs and efforts involved in a national search versus one, for example, limited to the state of Ohio. We can then, if we want, vote to approve any resulting contract at our next meeting. So first of all, let me ask if that process that I've outlined is acceptable to everyone, and then we can try to work our way through it. So let me just, Kathy is good. Eric has a question.
I think your process is great. The question I have has to do with the timeline, and if we're going to approve a contract at our next meeting, that would be the beginning of March, which leaves us, another 2 weeks that nothing happens. Is there a way to get our timeline a little faster than that?
Yeah, I think there is. I noticed in the attendees room some familiar names from some of the firms, so they're here with us in the background watching, and I know they're all interested in the outcome. My sense is that if we do arrive at a chosen firm tonight, we'll have conversations with them as soon as tomorrow. And my bet would be that they'll start the groundwork that quickly. And we really, won't be, I don't think we need to be at risk of losing another couple of weeks. We should have the process of developing the contract and approving it publicly. So that's something I think we all would agree with that we have to do. But I don't think we necessarily need to lose time. We can be working with the firm and starting the process without a contract and without incurring fees. I believe right away. I believe all the firms would be open to that. So you're good with it. Let me see here. I can't see everybody all at once here, but Eileen and you're good. And Michelle, are you good? Okay, so all of us are good with the process. Brad, let me reinforce to you if you have any observations as we go through this process or opinions that you would like to share with us, please do.
I'd be happy to. First of all, thank you for let me speak as a superintendent. Thank you for the process. I would say, and this goes to somewhat to what I've heard out in the community, that there really should be a priority on engaging the community as broadly as you possibly can. I think that's key. I always valued that when I was part of a search, when I was engaging and applying for a position. So obviously, as you take a look at these groups, how much support will they give you, and how much of that is a priority for them?
Very good. Okay, so process is acceptable to everybody, and so if we could maybe go around the table in this first round and just discuss any observations that board members would like to share along with their top twos, and I'll try to keep a record of that. I should, and Kathy, maybe you're already going to do this, but we did have community input. I've tried to contain that here as well, but you may want to go into a little more detail when you're up.
I was intending to do that, so I do have a resume, although we have all seen that input.
Right.
But
so would you like to maybe kick off the feedback then?
sure, that would be fine.
Michelle,
I will kick off with.
Though.
I'm sorry.
I think Michelle was trying to ask a question, maybe.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I can't see her. I've only got room for X number here. Sorry, Michelle, please go ahead.
Okay, we'll let Kathy start. It's just, I have an observation and I'll wait my turn and let you know.
Okay. I was going to call on you second, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Kathy, would you pick it up then?
All right. I can give you a little bit of a summary of what I believe we heard from the public. There was some input that we received on some social media through a couple of different sites. Some of that input asked us to share the fees, which we have done on the slide this evening. Some of the input asked for more input from the companies about how they will engage the community. I believe that the board has had that in the presentation, the written presentations and the presentations that were made at the last meeting. There was a question about why we wouldn't look for non-academic candidates. And I believe it sort of got answered by itself that a superintendent of an Ohio school district needs to have an administrative license to be a superintendent. So I think all the firms that we looked at are quite prepared to find the kind of candidates who will qualify with that license. We received 4 emails by my count, 3 emails that were specifically talking about the search firms, a 4th email that had a couple of other questions, but did also address the idea of a search firm. One response that we got was that we should not use a search firm, that we should not spend the money. Then the others that we got talked about making sure that we interview candidates, that we do in-depth questions, that we really study the methods of communication, community input that we're going to get in this process. And so that, I believe, is a summary, with the exception of the fact that we had a couple of people rank their choices, and they ranked actually the top 3 that are on the list there on that slide, that K-12, OSBA, and CF Educational Solutions were ranked by the community. Again, that's a small number. I would probably speak to myself, my own opinion, speak to all of these companies as being able to handle a search for Loveland schools. I think that all of them showed us that they have the qualifications, they have the resources to go out and find a superintendent for Loveland. CF Educational Solutions was the one that was mentioned as having stressed student success. So their presentation brought students to the front right away. The only comments I would have about CF Educational Solutions, they do, as you can see from the slide, currently have the highest cost. I believe that they have experience in this process. They may have the least number of years in this process from all of the other groups. OSBA, I believe, has quite extensive background in searching for a superintendent, and they are the lowest cost. I believe that OSBA could help us do the community engagement that we want, but I believe that it would require more on the part of the board and require additional expense and require additional effort that might be included in what the other companies have told us about. K-12 certainly met the needs of experience and community engagement. The notion of thought exchange, I believe, came through in CF, but I believe that K-12 also has a process for community engagement. Ray and Associates absolutely has the experience, has the background, has a very good guarantee. The only one that I would say that I probably took off of my list was BWP and Associates, and I think they're very qualified. I think they may be more qualified for districts, larger districts that want a very widespread national search, and that the other firms that we talk to are much more experienced with Ohio searches. So my take on them, I don't know that I could give you 2. I probably would give you the 3 that are on the tops of there. If you pick out of the 5, I would probably say the top 3, K-12, OSBA, and CF.
You're not distinguishing between number 1, 2, and 3 when you say that?
I would say probably K-12 and CF give us more of what we were asking for, that OSBA would be a good choice, but we would need to do more with them to get the communication, the community engagement that we want.
Kathy, I'm going to try to nail you down just a little bit more and tell me you won't be if you won't be. But did you say that you would have them ranked K-12, CF, and OSBA?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments you think we should all hear?
That's it for me.
Okay, Michelle, let me turn it over to you now.
All right, thanks. I just wanted to say that the other night I had the opportunity to sit in on a Zoom meeting that Sycamore was having with K-12. And I just, they weren't as engaging as I was hoping them to be as far as trying to get the community. And I know we need to focus a lot on getting that community piece to this. And what I saw for the hour that I watched on the interaction there, I don't think that they were going to be the right fit for us. That is the only one that I was able to see. I didn't know of any other ones that had anything going on. So, but I would like to say that I'll go ahead and rank. I like Ray and Associates.
I'm sorry, say one more time, I missed it.
I like Ray and Associates the best because of their experience. They just had so many years of experience and successful placement of superintendents, and many, many years of learning how to engage the community. And I think they, in my opinion, would have a better handle on it, what we are looking for. And the cost is $18,000. They're not the most expensive, but they're not cheap. But I think we're going to be buying the experience and getting more what we need. Let's see, CF, they certainly could probably handle what we want and give us that. I was shying away from them because they were the most expensive. I did BWP. I like that firm a lot, but I went ahead because they're Illinois. They're not focusing on Ohio, even though I'm sure they could place somebody here. But I don't think we want to get somebody from California or Washington. And I believe that that's their expertise. Just simply because we don't want the expense of having to bring in out of state. So, and OSBA, we used them before, and we did not use them in the community part. So I'm not sure how I feel about what, I agree with Catherine there. I think it would be a lot of more work on our part. And I think it would be in our better interest to have a company do that for us. Just so that there's no misunderstandings or misinterpretations or anything. I think that would be in our best interest to have a company do that. So with that said, Ray and Associates is number one, and OSBA was number two.
Let me check you on that. I had written down Ray number one, CF number two.
Well,
and I didn't hear you speak to K-12. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, I did. I was.
I'll write down whatever is the answer, but I may have heard it wrong. So
I wanted some better engagement is what I was looking for. So I kind of removed them from my list. And CF, they were the most expensive, and I couldn't see where, even though it's only $2,000 more, I couldn't see what we were getting for $2,000 more.
Okay, so you would have, if I have it right, you would have Ray, OSBA, and CF then?
Yes.
Okay. I'm keeping a little scorecard here, so we can add this all up when we're done. Michelle, anything else you want to add?
Nope. I think I'm good.
Okay, I have, for what it's worth, I have Eileen next on my list, and Eric, we'll get to you after that, and then I'll, yeah, I haven't forgotten about you. Eileen, would you?
You'll go on
like
for a while,
next?
Eric, so sure, I'd love to. So I mean, I'm just going to be candid, so hopefully if the people from the companies are on and listening, I don't hurt their feelings, but I would say Ray and Associates would probably be on the bottom of my list, because although I completely agree with diversity, obviously, I didn't hear from them a strong message of finding the best person. They just kept emphasizing the diversity piece rather than our issues and the experience of the candidates. So I would not really be a fan of Ray and Associates. BWP, similar to what Kathy and Michelle said, I think with them being out of state and looking more nationally, and again, not being as familiar with our issues per se as a local firm, I would probably put them towards the bottom too. Sorry, I'm going in the opposite order of everyone else. You know, I always have to do things differently. So I keep going back and forth between CF, Educational Solutions, and K-12 as my top two choices. I like K-12 because I'm familiar with them and their reputation. I know that Lakota had a lot of success with them. I know that Sycamore, I mean, they're in it right now. They seem to be happy with them. but I also may have creeped in on their call the other day on their Zoom, and I agree with Michelle, I did not find them all that engaging. So that's my concern with K-12, is that we aren't going to get that engagement and that community piece that we really need to focus on from them. CF Educational Solutions, I know that they have tools that they use for the community feedback. They use Thought Exchange, which I'm familiar with, and I think that that's a good tool, as long as they are able to access the pockets within the community that we haven't been able to reach. So that would be my only big concern with them, is how do they plan to reach everybody, not just people who are getting on the internet and checking our webpage all the time. And then OSBA, they're a good organization, but I think you get what you pay for. So been there, done that, and I don't think that at this point in time with what we need that they would fulfill that need.
So could you recap for me who you would call number 1 and 2 then?
1 and 2, CF Educational Solutions and K-12.
In that order?
I think so, but I keep going back and forth in my head, and you spoke to them. So if you have more information about this piece, I would love to hear it. It's, again, just on the community engagement piece. How do their strategies look different from one another, and how are they going to reach those pockets out there?
Yeah. By the way, I wanted to go last because I have the benefit of maybe spending a little more time with them, and I'll try to remember your comments, and if I have something that might be interesting to you on a particular firm, I'll try to highlight that. And then if you feel differently because of something I said, let me know. We'll change the voting here and we'll move on from there. Eileen, anything else you want to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, Eric, you're finally up.
Thanks. Yeah, and I want to say thanks to everybody for their input, because it makes my job much easier. I always like going last for that reason. But all kidding aside, I thought, much as Kathy said, all of these firms are more than qualified to help us with this search. I don't think that we would go horribly wrong with any of them. I think that all of them have strengths and weaknesses. And my comment to myself and anybody that asked me about it was, I wish there was one perfect firm, but there's not. Everybody has a plus and everybody has a minus as I break through it. Just real quick, I can cover all 5. BWP is a wonderful firm. I think that my feeling is that they're better suited for larger districts and larger searches than we need. So I wouldn't choose to engage them just because of the expenses with travel and everything else. And I certainly think, I think as Michelle said, that we don't need to be looking for a candidate nationwide for this search. Ray and Associates has a wonderful reputation. They've done lots of work. They've done this job over and over again. I do agree that their presentation felt a little heavy on stressing diversity, which obviously is important, but maybe in the future, a little bit more balance in the presentation would be helpful. And that doesn't necessarily negate my view of them, because I think that was a portion that they stressed, but certainly not all that they could offer. So if I had to give a top 3, Ray and Associates would be in that top 3. You can pin me down later. CF Educational Solutions, I love the fact that they're close to home. I love the fact that they have experience in our neighborhood, so to speak. I didn't love the fact that they probably have the least experience overall with superintendent searches, as best as I can tell. I didn't love the fact that they were the most expensive. It was interesting to me to see kind of that they're a relative newcomer and yet had priced themselves above the large major kind of national firms. So I had a concern there. I do think, and this ties a little bit into what I'll say about K-12, that COVID really hurts the ability of consultants to get community engagement. We can't get people in an auditorium, we can't get people in a cafeteria and get them all together and ask them to hash out their thoughts or do small groups. So you're kind of limited to Zoom, which, as we well know, is an awkward way to gather information from groups of people. So I thought that the idea of using Thought Exchange, which I have a little bit of experience with, but not a lot, might help us to get a better community engagement piece, or at least a broader subsection of community input. And I'll take a little diversion here. Really, one of my feeling is that one of the most important things that we can do to be successful as a board is find a wonderful candidate for Loveland Schools. And to do that, we need to get the student input, we need the teacher input, we need the community input. We need, as best as we can, the portion of the community that hasn't been engaged. And I think that all of these firms will do their best at it, but I do think that COVID really hurts us with our mission there. So this feeds into K-12. They'll do a great job. I wouldn't have any concerns about K-12 being the firm that was retained. I think that community engagement and Zoom meetings are tough, and I don't know any way around that other than perhaps the thought exchange model that the CF Educational Solutions proffered. I'm leaving OSBA for last. OSBA is perfect if we want a hands-off group. You know, Michelle had commented it would be more work on our part, and as much as I agree with that, it would be work that I'm not capable of doing. You know, I can't figure out a strategy to get community and student engagement in this process. I can't just post a job listing and think all the best candidates will apply for it. You know, and as we've talked before, I think it's important for everybody to see that this is not a hand-picked board favorite candidate, that we're really working as hard as we can to find the right person for Loveland Schools. And I think that OSBA probably matches that the least out of those 5 groups. So if I had to give a top 3, it would be CF, Ray, and K-12. If you force me to say one is better than the other, I would, but I'm not sure at this point in time that I really have a strong feeling about any 3 of those being my absolute favorite.
Okay, are you, all right, so.
I defer.
Yeah, so CF, K-12, and Ray are all kind of equivalent in your mind?
I would not push strongly for any one of those over the others.
Okay.
If it came down to me casting the deciding vote, I'd be happy to do that.
Good. Good. Eric, anything else you want to add?
Just thanks for all of your work. I've said that before. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. And Brad and Kevin, I'm going to ask both of you if you would like to weigh in, and then I'm going to speak for a couple of minutes.
I appreciate the arguments that you all presented, and I think you're in a good place. I would be comfortable, again, if I were in the search, I would be comfortable with any one of those firms that are kind of rising to the top 3.
Okay. Kev?
Yeah, I mean, kind of what Brad's saying is, I mean, there's a lot of really good information. I haven't necessarily worked with any of these specific companies for a search, not only just a treasurer search, but not necessarily being in a district that has done it. So I don't have any hands-on experience. I think for me personally, it's a little bit of the conversation about just valuing maybe somebody a little bit closer to home. But that's just a little bit more my perspective.
Okay, thank you, both of you. So from my perspective, I thought, like all of you, that every firm has something to offer. I think you're aware of this, but K-12 came to my attention through their work at Sycamore and Lakota. They're comprehensive, they have scale and experience. And I know that they're well regarded by some of the clients that they've had in the past. You know, one of the tough things about making this decision is that you get this tiny little window into the firm. They had 15 or 20 minutes the other night. That's, you know, pretty much all that you really got to know them through. They had that Zoom, at least K-12 had that Zoom session the other evening. And, you know, sometimes things don't go the way you want them to go, right? And it's, who knows, right? But I would say that they're they seem to be very well regarded by the folks that I talk to. OSBA probably understands the Ohio landscape more than anybody. They've just done more of this than anybody. They're our association, et cetera. They're certainly the most cost-effective solution, but as we've talked about before, that's reflective of the services that they deliver. They don't price themselves out necessarily to do all the in-depth community connection aspects that some of these other firms do, for example. And I know just on the subject of money that we've had some comments from the public about, why spend any money, or why not go with the most cost-effective alternative, et cetera. And I'll just give you my perspective on it. We touched on it last time, but this is the kind of thing that I believe is long-term, meaning strategically important to the community. Getting this right is one of the most important things that's in front of us. It's certainly from the idea of a board at its beginning. One of the most important things that it does is to make a call on the district leadership. So it's a big responsibility, and one that we really want to get right. And I believe the community, whether they're voicing opinions right now or not, really want us to get right. And the idea of engaging a search firm, albeit costing some money, is money that I think very well spent. There's skill involved in this process. There's resources, meaning people and time, that goes into this process. I think as Eric touched on, it's not simply a matter of posting a position wanted on an internet hiring board and then running through a bunch of interviews. We could get lucky and do really well, and have spent $200 in doing something like that. But it's not as a sure-footed way to find the best candidates that might be available to us, that this community will feel very strongly about. And in the process, one of the things that we're all intent on doing is working really hard to understand the community perspective before we start that process of looking for the next superintendent. So I think it's money and time well spent. There are clearly differences in these firms. That can be a subject for further discussion, I suppose. And we can deal with that in the next phase of this. CF Solutions, which is number 3 on the list, has more limited experience in the search area, but they have other dimensions to their firm, as it turns out. And I think that they're actually very, very interesting in their approach, particularly relative to community engagement. And I think I should say that kind of, if I had 2 gates that a firm had to get through, the first being, do you know what you're doing? Do you have the skill, the capability, the resources to go find people? The next thing I'm going to be listening for in this situation in Loveland is figuring out how we connect better with the community. And just the community needs to be heard. We need to be heard. And there needs to be an appropriate reconciling of our community and our direction. So the fact that they really seem to focus a lot on that, I thought was very interesting, because I do think it's what I think of as a hypercritical element for Loveland. BWP is certainly outside of our local area, and I suppose you can legitimately say that's a negative. But I might flip that one around and say that BWP's removal from the direct area gives them, and their national footprint gives them a different viewpoint. Maybe in essence, a broader perspective that might influence the way we think about things. So for every downside that an organization has, there might be a way of turning that upside down and thinking of it as a positive. The national capability that they have it's not unique to them. I think Ray does national as well, would be comfortable doing national. And we could, by the same token, certainly say to BWP, we want to limit the search to Ohio, and that becomes, part of the profile, et cetera. Ray and Associates, I would say that I spent a fair amount of time on the phone with them, and I learned, or at least I had a different sense on the phone than during their presentation. I felt more comfortable that they were multidimensional and very good with the kinds of issues that we're interested in. I'm not sure that that came out as well in their presentation to us, but I think I would assure you all that I believe personally that they're kind of a rock solid organization, my viewpoint. Their leadership, I would say, understands clearly the type of challenges that we face in measure because they face them as well. So in the end, the decision is highly influenced by the firm's approach to community engagement. That might not be as differentiating in another district, but it is for us a big deal. Primarily because I want our next superintendent to be as fully supported by our community as is humanly possible. So I think with all of that and all the input that I've heard from you and others, my ranking would put CF in the first slot. I realize that again that I might be drawn to their community engagement thing, and they have a little less experience in the search arena, but I think they understand how to do searches. So I would lean, and it's a tough call between, in my mind, CF and K-12, but I would lean on CF, number one, K-12, because I do sense that they're a very strong player in number two. And then I think you can have a reason to accept or reject any of the other three, but that would be my rankings on them. So if I recap what we've said here, in the number one slot, we have two clear votes for CF, one possible if Eric went there, one for K-12 and one for Ray. In the number two slot, we have an OSBA, a couple of K-12s, and either one more K-12 or one more CF, I guess, or a Ray, depending on Eric. So Eric, if you could nail yourself down, that might be useful to us.
No, I think you described all those numbers perfectly well.
So you didn't nail yourself down. Okay, well, let me try it this way, because I want to keep us moving. Just looking at this, it seems to me that there are more people supportive of CF and K-12 for the top two, and there would be a majority of us. If we didn't try to distinguish between first and second, there would be a majority of us saying that CF and K-12 would vie for the top slot. Would all of us agree with that? And if we do, then we can talk about choosing between the two. I see Kathy, I see Eric.
You said CF and K.
CF and
Correct.
K-12 is just the top two, not number one
Yeah.
or
Okay.
number two, but the top two.
Yep.
And Michelle? There you are.
Yeah, no, I'm here. Okay, so we're just gonna narrow it down to those, those two.
That's my suggestion. And if we, just my suggestion that we narrow it down to the top two for debate. If you, I suppose we can change that if you want, but that was the way I was approaching it.
Okay.
I mean, it's just a difficult decision, and I'm trying to think through how do we kind of narrow the funnel down in order to make a call on this.
Kevin, just to pitch in, I agree, and I know Michelle's dilemma is that, you know, for her, Ray and Associates was number one, but I think
Right.
out of all of the conversations that we had, if we were to try to narrow the top two down from what we just said, it would be CF and K-12, even though I remained on the fence. So I think that's a reasonable place to be. I'm sensitive to Michelle's input on that, and Michelle, if you feel really strongly that CF or K-12 are bad choices, and that we shouldn't be considering them, I'd like to hear it from you.
Or if you really want to argue that we put a third in there and then we try to debate between the three, I'm certainly, whatever it takes for us to arrive at consensus.
I okay, I think it's safe to say that we can take two of them off completely. And and there's something I gotta argue. I could argue against all three that's left.
Right. Well, let me try to tackle one of Michelle's concerns, because it was one of my concerns as well. And I know that you just spoke to the fact that CF has, you know, more experience than just having done 2 superintendent searches. Again, at least as far as I can tell, they were the most expensive. And, you know, as much as it's very important for me that we engage a consultant firm in this and not try to do it ourselves, and I think it's worth spending that money, I'm also very sensitive to spending other people's money. And so I think one of the things that I would like to see is CF willing to recognize that they're out of line with their peer group as far as their fee. So, you know, if CF is who we ultimately decide to engage, but they have zero interest in recognizing that they're out of line with the other 2 choices, I might use that as a reason to move on to one of the other choices if it was me.
Yeah, so one of the things that you could do then is to say we could say that our top choice is firm X and firm Y is the number 2, on the premise that pricing will be competitive. And then, you know, have that discussion with the firms. One of the interesting things about this process is that it, you know, it exposes a bit of what I think of as the market. What are people incurring doing this kind of work? And it's a reasonable discussion to have with somebody, whether you really want to be the market leader on pricing, or whether you want to be in with the pack.
And Michelle, does that help? Does that process help to alleviate one of your concerns?
Possibly. The other issue I have with K-12 is they only have a 1-year guarantee, where all the other ones had a 2-year guarantee.
Right. Right. You know, again, I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to add information to the discussion. Everybody except for OSBA has a guarantee. It seems like the reality is that those guarantees don't get used very often. If the firms were unsuccessful in, you know, placing the right candidate who succeeds in a district, their reputation would start to fail, and they wouldn't be getting a lot of new work.
My fear, Kevin,
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
My fear there is they're going to place a perfect person into the position that's going to be sought after by other districts, and that can pay more. That's where my fear is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and we know from looking at the administrator salary analysis that we have so far for superintendents, that, you know, the superintendent pay seems to vary proportionally and directly based on the size of a district. So, you know, any of these supervisors, if they have the opportunity to go to a bigger district, will have, you know, we can't compete with that.
Right. I mean, and we seem to be can be a stepping ground for for some of these people. And so 2 years gave us a better odds
Yeah.
if we had to replace them.
Let me get Kathy into this.
I just had a question that's a little bit off the track that everyone's on. I understand what everyone's saying. The difference between CF and K-12, the K-12 cost is from 12,900 to 17,900 as opposed to the 20,000. Can you, I don't have, I'm not able to pull everything up on my screen right now. Do you have a good sense, Kevin, of what those features requested were in K-12? In other words, for K-12, would we probably be at the 17,900, which is not very different than the 20,000 if
Yeah,
you're talking about negotiating?
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up.
The 12,900.
Right, so this is K-12, and they have what they call levels. They have a bronze, silver, and gold level of services. And it seems to me, there's a dozen or 15 bullet points here, but it seems to me that the more you pay, the more community engagement you get. I'd start at the top end.
Got it.
For us because of our needs. Michelle, I hate to keep putting you on the spot here because we can just do kind of a forced ranking or whatever, but well, maybe what we should do is have a discussion about at least CF versus K-12. And then Michelle, if you were Ray in the number one spot. If you want to take some more time and try to convince us that that we ought to put Ray in the top two, we can do that. I mean, at the end of the day, we have to make a call, right? This is a little harder because you had two different ones, and I want to make sure that you get all the time that you need to argue for one or the other.
Well, what I really liked about Ray and Associates was that they have been in business, I believe it was 75 years. And in
It's
that
a long time.
Yeah, and they've only had to oh yeah, they've been in business since 1975, and they only had to, in 45 years, redo a superintendent placement 15 times in 45 years. And I just think that speaks volumes.
Put a little more number on that. They had 2,000, my notes have 2,000 superintendents placed over their history. And I know there was a little bit of redoing of the numbers, but there were 9 redos. And I think the difference between 9/11 was, something distinguishing, but it's out of 2,000.
And I like that. Well, and they have a 2-year guarantee, or which the other companies, or most of the other companies have. And that they didn't go over cost-wise. Ray and Associates and K-12, I believe, are $100 off. I mean, they're spot on each other. I am looking for going, I don't know, outside of the box. I don't want to use what everybody else is using either.
Right.
It's not necessarily, I know that Lakota has had success with it, using them. And we have yet to see about Sycamore, but then again, I hear in the community a lot, we're not Sycamore. We don't want to be like Sycamore. We want to be Loveland. We want to be our own person. And then we're looking at the company that they're using. That's just one of my arguments. I'm not very solid there, but again, with Ray and Associates, it just goes back to the years of experience, the years and years of experience that I really, really liked.
Okay, let me just try one other thing here. We talked about pricing, premium pricing, and one of the things that we could elect to say is that we don't want to pay the premium price. We might like a firm, but we don't want to pay the premium price. I suppose, at least in my experience in business, everything is negotiable. Not wildly so, but lots of things are negotiable. If we were to talk to K-12 about their willingness to have a longer employment guarantee and be competitive on that front, would that get you there? And if not, that's fine. I'm just going to ask anybody if they want to join with you and put Ray in the top two, and you're muted.
So we are gonna talk with K-12 and about extending their guarantee for a year.
I'm just putting it out there that the board could say, we like you, but you don't have enough of a guarantee. What can you do about that?
Okay. And the other thing that I'm going to mention is with Ray and Associates. They had mentioned that they have done, since COVID, they have done 60 searches over Zoom. So they have a lot of experience there. Also, since we seem to still be in Zoom, I don't know if we should consider that as a factor. Because the K-12, I know people speak highly of it, but then what I saw on Zoom wasn't what I wanted for our district.
Right. I'll just say as a general statement across all the firms, given COVID and travel concerns, I would expect that there'll be a lot of Zoom meetings, a lot of Zoom preliminary interviews and things of that nature until the environment starts to loosen up some.
So I guess what I'm hearing here anyway, if I can stand here and hold my place on discussing Ray further, but I think everyone else is leaning towards CF and K-12, so it's a moot point.
Well, Michelle, let me just pile on, and Kathy, I know you raised your hand. Kathy or Eileen or Kevin, for that matter, would any of you guys, based on hearing Michelle's points, which are all very good points, but we do have to make a decision. Would any of you remove K-12 or CF in favor of Ray as your top two? And obviously say no, right?
No, I would not.
Okay.
The reason that I would stick with K-12 and CF is if we're talking about Zoom, based on their presentations, the three that I put at the top, K-12, CF, and OSBA, gave the better presentations via Zoom, via working with the board. So I did think that they showed that in their presentations to us. The other thing that I'd like to add, I don't want to throw things off here. I did rank mine K-12, CF, OSBA. I do want to make a note that I believe that CF told us that the presenter to us, Bob Farrell, would be our point person on our search. And I just want to say that Mr. Farrell is highly recommended and is very aware of our district, very aware of the challenges of our district, very aware of superintendents in the area. So that being said means that I sort of place K-12 and CF in equal partnership there at the top for my list. And I don't feel like I would want to add Ray into the mix just based on the presentation that we got last meeting.
Well, and I can pitch into what Kathy said, which is Bob Farrell has an excellent reputation He's been in our area. He knows our district very well. And if he indeed is the point person for that search, I feel really comfortable that he is a good person to lead that. So I think, and I don't want to speak for everybody, although I'm very happy to do that. We can really focus on CF and K-12 kind of going forwards. To put in my pitch, I would say I would like to engage CF over K-12 if CF was willing to decrease their costs to a closer to the middle of the pack range, or at least the pack range, and to ensure that Bob Farrell is indeed would be our point person. So with those two provisos, I personally would say CF over K-12. But again, I wouldn't argue with any of you guys if the feeling otherwise is different.
Let me,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Michelle, no, you go ahead.
That's a good point there, Eric, and Kathy bringing up Bob Farrell. I know of him, and he is a very well respected, or was a very well respected superintendent, and he does know our area, and he does know it well, and that could make a difference there for me. Okay, it will make a difference for me. If he is our point person, I think he's very familiar with our district, and that could be where I'm so desperately wanting to make sure that we get the right person or the right company to do the community engagement part. And Bob Farrell, he gets our community.
Yeah.
I would say so.
So could I make a proposal based on the discussion and put it out in the air and see if we can align behind it? Our direction, this is a proposal. Our direction coming out of the meeting would be to engage CF, provided we get a satisfactory conclusion to the price discussion, and that they guarantee that specific individual, Bob Farrell, is the lead person on the engagement. If we're unsuccessful in doing that, we would pursue K-12 with the caveat that we would be looking for an enhancement to the guarantee to make them more competitive. And the third element would be that we'll complete reference checks on both firms. And if anything of significant concern emerges, we'll have a chance to rediscuss this direction before we approve a contract. I see two.
I think that sounds good. My only fear is walking away tonight without saying CF, we're saying try to negotiate the price down.
I'm sorry, Eileen, you broke up at the beginning. Would you mind just saying that one more time?
Oh, sorry. I probably have a child on an Xbox or something. I said my only concern is walking away tonight with that setup is we've said CF go to them first and try to negotiate price down. Are we going to magic and try to negotiate?
I'm sorry, did anybody get that and can say it? It's coming out, Eileen, it's coming out garbled, and
what Eileen said was is the fact that CF wouldn't want to come down and price the hill that we would die on. And I think that from my personal perspective, if CF isn't willing to recognize that they're significantly more expensive than the other two, or than all of the other firms, that would be the hill that I would die on.
Well, and I don't know if you can hear me now or not, but
yeah, that's better.
What is our top amount dollar amount that we're willing to go to with them? I just want to make sure we have things established tonight before walking away.
I would, I don't know who's going to be doing the negotiating on this, but I would suggest that we let the market and the discussion, the negotiating discussion, determine that. And the board, when we meet next, has the right to say, we don't like the contract.
I
It's a
think I
fair
would,
point.
I think I would agree with Kevin. And I think I would ask, since Kevin has spoken with all of these companies, I think I would ask Kevin to continue in the process if he wanted a second board member to join in. But I'm perfectly comfortable with Kevin working on this and coming back to the board with a contract. I'm not willing to say in this open forum that I have a number that is going to be a disqualifier for me. I don't think there's that big a difference between the top price for K-12 and the CF price. I know that's not very helpful in negotiating, but I'm not willing to come up with a number that says this is the number it has to be. I think it needs to come out of negotiation.
And remember, Kathy told us that she's really bad at negotiating.
It's true.
I think it sounds like a good plan, and I'm in favor of CF being our number one and trying to negotiate. And then, like you said, if we aren't happy with the contract, then we don't have to approve that at our next meeting.
Right.
Sounds good.
Absolutely.
All right.
Do I have a thumbs up from everybody? And I guess, do you want me to take the lead on this, continuing again? Everybody, tell me.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense since you already have the relationships established with them. And
Okay, so just for information, I guess I would, work with the district and with legal on maybe some of the particulars of the contract. So what we come back with, I hope, I don't remember the date of the next meeting in March, but what I come back with will be a ready to sign contract for debate and approval, I think, right?
And I believe that we could do that at our work session, which is March 2nd.
March
We would
2nd.
simply need to make sure that it is on our agenda for our work session, which is a regularly scheduled meeting. So we
Okay.
can add it onto that agenda.
Okay, well, does anybody else have anything they want to add? I just have one closing comment, and then anybody else have anything before I do that? Brad, Kevin, anything? Okay, I don't, Brad?
No, the one thing I would want to put the board's mind at ease about the guarantee. Reputable firms already have names of people that they have an idea. They know enough about the district to have an idea who may be a fit at this point in time. And my experience has been when they were contacting me, they would say, are you interested in this position? To the point where they would say, what would it take for you to leave? What's your long-term goal? So they'll have a pretty good idea. When you negotiate, if you say, listen, we need someone who really is going to give us that 3-year commitment or 4-year commitment, they know that. And they want to provide good service because obviously they want to keep their positive reputation. The other thing I would mention to you is with the number of board seats that are up in the fall, that will be something that is considered by the candidates coming in. So when you say a 2-year guarantee, well, their bosses are going to change dramatically, could change dramatically after the election. So just to throw that out there, but the firms that I've worked with who are really good firms, they already have that in queue, quite frankly.
Thank you, Brad.
I just want to point out that Brad just threw us all under the bus.
I did?
I was going to say, do you know something that we don't know already?
No. I just want to give you my perspective. I'm glad I'm not voting on this, quite frankly. No, but I do want to give you my perspective, and I hope to put your mind at ease. But the reality of it is that that a good firm will be able to put your minds at ease and know what you want through the conversations with you and negotiating the contract.
Okay, thank you. And the closing comment I have is for the firms, if you're listening, or the public, if you find yourself in a discussion about these firms. This is a very difficult conversation to have. Nobody likes to talk about what they didn't like about an organization, an individual, or whatever. It's very, very hard to do that. And I applaud the board for being as candid as you all were. But I think the public needs to understand these are very high quality organizations, very high quality people. They do this for a living. This has been their careers. And they've all kind of cut out a space in the search market because they've been successful at doing it. And you know, the decision matrix that we were all mentally going through tonight is how do you as a firm, or at least what we know of you, and there are certainly things that we don't know about you, but we have to work with what we do know, fit with what we know to be the issues here in the Loveland community. And that ends up driving what I think you could see was a very difficult decision for folks. Every firm got considered here tonight. Every firm got voted for in one of the top two positions. So if you didn't get the order tonight, I nevertheless appreciate the work that you did in preparing for the presentations for all of us, and we're all very grateful to you for that. And for the other firms that we're going to be talking to, I'll be reaching out to you probably tomorrow, and we'll see if we can bring this whole thing to a close, in the next 14 days or so. And I think with that, Kathy, I'm going to give the floor back to you, right?
Thanks, Kevin. And I'll echo what Eric said. Thanks so much for all your work, gathering all this information for us and leading us in this next step on the path. And I absolutely agree with what you said. I don't think that we would have had a wrong experience with any of these 5 companies. And I really appreciate you helping them come and present to us. And I appreciate what they are offering to school districts. With that, I think I will go to our next discussion item, which is the first reading of policy 7510, use of district premises. My apologies, first of all. You will see that the reason things are difficult in creating policy or in approving policy, the reasons are many. This policy was up for a first reading at our last meeting, and there were enough questions from the board that I made the decision to ask that it be put on this agenda again as a first reading. The other policies that we read as a first reading are going to come up later in the meeting for approval. But I asked that this go back to a first reading. The board asked that the policy be clarified to have clarifications concerning who pays for and how our fee structure is levied under the administrative guidelines. And then there was community input still concerning the issue of political action committees or political organizations. So what exists in this policy at this point is the active policy 7510, which is on our website in board docs. There is a Neola template for 7510, which can also be found easily. Then we have the 7510 that was offered for a first reading last time. And now you have the 7510 that I have taken the liberty of making some changes to try to address board and community concerns. I have to apologize because in all of that maneuvering, one line got missed on this policy that is up for the first reading tonight. So let me just go quickly through the policy and tell you what I did, ask for board input this evening, and then we can put that all together and it would come for a second reading at our next meeting for approval. I simply took the 7510 that was up for first reading last time, and I moved a couple of paragraphs, and that was to make clear who is charged for use of facilities. So you'll see in the policy that there's a list of, starting on the first page, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Those are uses. I moved the paragraph or paragraphs talking about charges to immediately following G, item G. And that's the paragraph that says the superintendent shall develop administrative guidelines for the granting of permission, including a schedule of fees. So to my mind, that showed that A through G are eligible for that schedule of fees. Then I put the paragraph about school premises being made available to certified candidates for public office and political party, and that those should be free of charge. At the end of that paragraph, there should be a line that says, under no circumstances shall school premises be used to raise funds for political purposes. That line got left off and should be in there. So my purpose was first to address the fee question. The second change that was made is in that paragraph on school premises. And in the version that you saw last time, it said school premises shall be made available to any certified candidate for public office and any recognized political party or organization. That was in the original Neola template. That was in our original policy. In reviewing revised code 3313.75 through 79, it would be better if this policy says school premises shall be made available to any certified candidate for public office and any recognized political party, leaving off the line that says or organization. That is what I have taken out. Then the use of school premises by a political action committee or any other organization that is political would be governed by other parts of 3313.77 and 78, where they could request and be allowed to use the facilities, but they would come under the fee structure that is listed earlier in the policy. I believe that once this came out on the agenda, Mr. Doherty also asked for one more clarification, and I would suggest that we could do that within that paragraph. School premises shall be made available. In the second sentence, it says use of facilities by candidates or political parties shall be open to the public, and there's a period, and then it goes on about school premises. I believe if we take out that period after public and say, and premises shall be available only during non-school hours, that makes it perfectly clear that this paragraph is only referring to certified candidates for public office and recognized political parties. So that would be my suggestion for the first reading. And what I'm asking for this evening is any other comments. If there are any other comments, then I will take those and I will run this through legal review and bring it back for the second reading at the next meeting and ask that it be approved then. Comments, question?
I think it makes good sense, Kathy. I like the changes.
I know you worked really hard on that. Thank you.
I just love all those words and all those commas and periods and all of that. No, we have taken a long time on this. This actually came to the board through the ad hoc public records committee. And we do appreciate all the input we've gotten. And as always, we want to make sure our policies say what they should say, what we mean them to say, and what is enforceable and what is right for the district.
Yeah, just I think a thank you to members of the public that were passionate in kind of pursuing updates to this. And Kathy, I think, done a great job of kind of blending the requirements of the law that is in play here with practical application through policy. So it's a little complicated at points, but the law is the law, and I think this reflects it clearly now.
I will just add that administrative guidelines are always under review and under creation, and they are not, administrative guidelines are not approved by the board, but the board does make sure that administrative guidelines, especially for policies like this, do meet the letter of the policy. And so those will continue to be worked on.
And I need to echo the what Kevin said, and Kathy and Kevin both worked with the ad hoc committee to really make sure that we are listening to the community and quite frankly, their concerns, and their concerns have been valid concerns. And although I have never been a policy person, I'm very happy that other people are, because that's what keeps us safe and within the lane of legal, so to speak.
Okay, thanks. The next section in our agenda is board resolutions, and the first board resolution to come up is the approval of the 2021-2022 board commitments. You were provided on board docs, and I believe the general public can see that, a rubric that shows the current commitments and the proposed changes. You will remember that I am the one who crafted some changes to the fiscal stewardship part of the commitments. There was some administrative support or input for the other commitments, the other 4 commitments. So at this point, I would particularly ask for board comment on the fiscal stewardship to make sure that I have worded that commitment. That is the one that is most closely under board, direct board direction. The others are more board accepted as to what the district administration and the district staff and the district teachers will work with our students. So comments. Kevin?
Yeah, so first of all, on your question, I think it's, in the majority, I think it's fine. We're talking about the financial one. I just have, when I read it, and it says to ensure that the majority of funding is invested in instruction, maybe I'm a victim of knowing what I know, and that is that the vast majority of the money ends up in the classroom or attached to the classroom. And I would like that to be clear, so nobody, gets the impression that dollars of any significant number don't end up in the classroom. It's re-emphasizing, further emphasizing actually what you've got here. And I would use something like saying to ensure that the overwhelming majority of funding is invested in instruction, something along that line.
Any other comments? I thought you were going to say vast, but
I voted on vast. That's what I was going to say.
I'm not in love with a word.
I think that we all know that the vast majority of funding is invested in instruction, and I think anything to make it more clear to the community that this is not only the goal, but is very important to us, vastly important.
Kathy, I had some other things sensitive to your comments. Let me know when.
Okay, just a real quick comment. I understand the emphasis on vast majority, overwhelming majority. I think both of those words are subject to interpretation. I'm not convinced that we've made it that much better. If that's what the board wants, we can pick one of those words. I don't know if there's a better word. That the supreme majority, the super majority, the greatest majority possible.
Well, we can nitpick, and this is why I'm not a good policy person. The majority of funding is invested in instruction means that 51% of what we spend is invested in instruction.
Right.
Vast doesn't mean anything. but it modifies majority.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the reality is that it's a lot more than 51%.
Right.
And I just don't want to give any impression that leaves wiggle room on that kind of thing. So I'm open to any word that gets us to the understanding that it's a big majority.
Big majority. So maybe what I should ask is, who says overwhelming? Put your thumbs up. Kevin, you said overwhelming. You got to put your thumb up.
I got to defend it.
Who says vast? Michelle and Eric. Eileen, you haven't said anything. You have a better word?
No, I couldn't get my correct screen up to see your face because I'm reading stuff too on the wording.
Right.
I'm fine with either word. I mean, they have the same sentiment.
I'm okay with vast. I can change my vote, right?
Okay, then do I see 3 votes for vast? Is that what I see? Kevin, Michelle, and Eric, then Eileen and I don't need to worry about it. Vast is the choice. I can't think of a better word there, so I will put in vast. Is that all right? It's also shorter, less type. Okay, Kevin, you said you had other comments.
Yeah, and these comments are influenced by what you said a moment ago, that the other 4 are really kind of coming out of the district and it's their preferred approach. And I want to respect that. But let me just voice a couple of quick opinions. The use of the word tiger throughout our district, I get that. In a document like this, I sort of am of a mind to try to be a little more personal, and to me, something like student is a little more personal. That's just feedback. For the first one, which talks about academic excellence, I thought the original wording was very clear and very powerful. And personally, I liked it. It left nothing to the imagination about us being all about academic excellence. The only change I would have made on that is to borrow something from the reworded side and maybe replace ferocious with enthusiastic, which brings it more alive for me. The second one also was, to me, the original wording is more clear cut and more powerful, and I kind of liked it. And on the third one, celebrates, what was it, the context of that? It was celebrates diverse perspectives. And just my experience, in my experience is that you create a welcoming environment for diverse perspectives, and you get them, and you do want to welcome them in. It's just, to me, a little more practical wording than celebrate, which might be a little harder for folks to sometimes understand. Those are personal viewpoints or opinions. I respect the district has got the right message here. I just wanted to share the way I heard it and the way I would maybe change a few things. I'm done.
Okay, so to summarize what I heard from Kevin, it was a preference actually for the previous commitments as opposed to the change to the new ones, and then the change of suggesting the change from tiger to student, and suggesting to keep that change that was made from ferocious to enthusiastic. I will have to say that ferocious was a much discussed word when these commitments were originally created. And I understand the input we got from the survey that talks about the negative connotations of ferocious being mean and, ferocious man-eating tigers kind of thing. But we had talked about the notion of ferocious being something that was really enthusiastic. So I have no problem with the change from ferocious to enthusiastic. I did like the ferocious to start with. Maybe I'll ask other board members, other comments on these commitments?
I mean, personally, in my opinion, I like leaving Tiger instead of student. I think it just goes with our, it's our mascot, and it's a celebration of that, and it's all inclusive. And I know that's not popular with everybody in the community, but I feel like it is the all inclusive term that the kids celebrate being Tigers and united. So I'm in favor of Tiger over students, because still within the description, it says students and staff.
Eileen, I agree with you. 'Cause, I mean, this is about being a portrait of a tiger, and that's, I just always associated Loveland Schools with the tiger. I will say Loveland Schools before I will say Bengals when someone talks about a tiger. So I agree with you there.
Eric, any comments?
I hate to get too nitpicky on things, and so I'm happy to see the proposed language. I thought the previous language, which it says current commitment language, was fine, and I worry a little bit that sometimes things are changed because we feel that they need to be updated more than they really need to be changed. In the first one, I was a little confused as to the change in language. I'll just read it out loud. We will chart a clear path to academic excellence for all students. Became, we will provide a path for all students. I thought a clear path to academic excellence, although it repeats the header, really reinforces our desire for academic excellence to be one of our goals for all Tigers. I mean, I thought the language of the new one was a little watered down compared to that. I'll keep nitpicking because it's one of my favorite things to do. The second proposed commitment language, we will build resilience and efficacy within our school as individuals and as a community to create a secure environment in which all students thrive. I don't like the word efficacy. It doesn't ring true to me in that phrase. We're building efficacy to create a secure environment. I mean, we need to have a secure environment for those things. We don't need to build our efficiency or ability to do that. The third one, I agree with Kevin's kind of point. The celebration of diverse perspectives is important, but I think that welcoming diverse perspectives is probably a better way to put that. Although I don't have horribly strong feelings one way or the other, and I think that diversity can sometimes be a divisive point these days, and that some people could argue that celebrating diversity is different than welcoming diversity. Again, I'm nitpicking. And I don't know what you can work on out of what I just said. So let's go back to the first one. Is there a reason to remove chart a clear path to academic excellence in the new updated language?
How about if we go to Mrs. Connor and ask her a little bit about if there is anything in that second set of the proposed changes to the commitment, that if that was done based on the survey, or if that was done based on needs coming from the administration, or if that was done sort of as a desire of the board to have commitments updated. So let's have Mrs. Connor maybe give us a little bit of input on that.
So the survey data overwhelmingly came back that our commitments were too wordy. So part of what we were trying to do with the proposed commitment language was to make that less wordy. We also heard things in the survey data like just say it, don't try to use words that are too big. Don't maybe capture exactly what your intention was. So the attempt on the right was to address that. We also, in the survey data, received some feedback on incorporating more inclusive language into those commitments. And so the information on the right was our attempt to do that. I would want to remind everybody that the communication and collaboration goal was one that we talked about just rolling over because we felt like that was one that we were not prepared to make any changes in because we felt like that was a discussion we needed to have in relation to how communication is going to look going forward. So I will just call out that in the data, you guys are too wordy. You're saying too many things. You need to kind of get to the point. And we also said that we were going to make a pretty good attempt at this. And then we would take that data and turn it over to the new superintendent, and that would be some guiding information moving forward into next year. So I think from the administrative standpoint, our 3 attempts with those 3 goals on the right, we're trying to honor what we were seeing in the data from the community.
Okay, so can I make a suggestion?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like, going backwards, looks like we are okay with the fiscal stewardship as long as we add vast before majority. It sounds like we are okay with communication and collaboration. If the board agrees to cutting back on some of the words, I wonder if in the culture, changing welcoming diverse perspectives meets the needs of the board instead of celebrates diverse perspectives. If that works. In the social emotional wellness, I don't remember what I heard. Dr. Swetchnow, did you have a comment on that one?
I can
Kathy,
give some
what do you-
clarification there.
Okay, great. Thanks, Eric.
With regards to efficacy, that's the definition of efficacy is that sense that they can accomplish. So really what we've taken, looking at the left-hand side, those are the definitions reflected there of resilience and efficacy. So resilience is that building strength in the source of life's challenges, and efficacy is the belief that you can do, whether that be student or teacher efficacy. So those are really what Andrea was discussing in terms of trying to condense our language a little bit.
To go back, so every Tiger will build strength in the force of life's challenges became efficacy.
That's resilience. The second part there is efficacy.
Every Tiger will believe in his or her ability to succeed in his or her journey towards independence. That is wordy.
Yes. So
well, I can tell you that it sounds awkward to me. I certainly understand your explanation. And I don't know that there's a way to do it better.
And then finally, in the first one, if we changed, we will chart a clear path. If we bring back, we will chart a clear path instead of just we will provide a clear path. It's not too many more words. So in the first one, if we change in the first commitment, second version, if we change, we will provide a path, change it back to, we will chart a clear path there. In the second one, the social emotional, in the second choice, are we okay with resilience and efficacy based on the explanation that we got?
Those are just largely reflective of the professional literature with those two concepts, especially not just for students, but for professional staff teachers. We know that teacher self-efficacy is a major component leading to success for students. So that's just reflective of that professional side and trying to condense the language a little bit from what we used to have.
So I didn't get into it because I was in favor of not using this paragraph, but I had the same reaction that Eric did to it. I actually looked up efficacy because my use of the word efficacy is different, I think, than I guess the educational model would look at it. And my guidance or my counsel to you is to speak in language that the community understands.
Which is how we had that debate, I think, initially when we developed this 2 or 3 years ago, and which is how we settled on writing it out the way we had initially, because it's more understandable by the layperson. If that makes sense.
Yeah, for me, I'd spend a few more words to make sure that happened, if that's what it took.
Kevin, thanks for explaining that, because my usage of the word efficacy also doesn't reflect the way that they're using it. I certainly understand it. I think there's other words, self-actualization. I can think of lots of different ways to express that may be more clear with a little bit of time, rather than just staring at it and trying to figure out which word I like the best. But either way, I trust you guys to do it.
Does competence work in there instead of efficacy? I know it does not meet the I'm talking again in the social and emotional wellness, build resilience and competence within our school as individuals and as a community. I realize that it does not meet the need of the educational term of efficacy. Does it say what it should say in order to meet the needs of the public reading this commitment?
Yeah, I'm not sure that it does. I think the concept that we're trying to capture is that every student in some manner will develop a sense that he or she can succeed ultimately. And if that's just how we need to say it, I think that would be fine. I'm good either way.
Okay.
It's that concept, yeah. It's that concept that I can. We don't want any student to leave us feeling or believing that they can't, if that makes sense.
Michelle.
Okay, so I had to look up the word to see exactly what it meant. And in looking at it, it suggested to use the word effectiveness. Would that fit in there just as well, or effectiveness for the educational purposes?
I'm good with going back to just keeping the sentence that we had initially. If we're okay with being a little wordier on that. Kathy, you're muted.
I can see a couple of ways that, again, I want to make sure Andrea is following all this stuff that we're doing here. I can see a couple of ways that the original commitment under every tiger will be safe, if it was changed to every tiger will experience a safe school community and develop social emotional wellness. If we said we will meet, we will meet the care, welfare, safety, and security needs of every tiger, period. Every tiger will build strength in the force of life's challenges. Every tiger will believe in his or her ability to succeed, period. That makes it less wordy, but it goes back to that original language and it doesn't have efficacy.
Absolutely.
Stumbling block.
And it reflects those two concepts, that we want students to know that they can, and we want them to be able to pick up and carry on in the face of failure or in the face of challenge, that they don't just give up.
Andrea, do you think you got all of the stuff we were doing there?
I do. I think what I will do is I will make those changes, Kathy, and if possible, could I possibly share those just to have a double, like an eye on that again? But I think the biggest change was taking the current commitment language and the proposed commitment language on the safety and social emotional and meshing those together, taking that top version and then shortening the original wording.
Okay, 2 more questions.
Yeah.
Do we need to approve this tonight? Can we approve it March 2nd? when everybody sees that wording. I realize that we're under a time constraint, but if there's the understanding that these are going to be our commitments and that we're simply waiting for the exact wording to approve at our next meeting, the administration and the staff can move ahead with the work on these commitments. We're just going to approve the exact wording when we all see it.
Yes, we can
Does
do
that
that the
work?
second. That will
Okay.
work.
Second question, do we need a vote on whether we're going to say Tiger or student? I kind of think we do. I think there was a suggestion that we change Tiger to student, and then there was a comment that we leave Tiger. So I think maybe the board needs to have a vote here of Tiger or student.
Kathy,
And
can I just, before we do that, I'm sorry, Kevin. Eileen and Michelle both have much more experience in the district than Kevin and I do. Andrea and Eric have much more experience, I think, than Eileen and Michelle, if I can say that correctly. Is there a reason to keep Tiger? It seems to me to be uniquely Loveland.
And just for very quick clarification, I'm only talking about it within this document. I'm not talking about changing everything that we do, just within this document.
I would think, in my opinion, in terms of the culture of the district, that it's an important component. It does not limit the identity of anyone in who they are, but it does provide some cohesiveness to us as a school district. And I believe the students overwhelmingly would honor that thought.
So thoughts? I guess what I would,
Andrea, I think we're waiting on you.
I was just wanting to see what Michelle and Eileen were going to say. I agree with Eric. You know, it is particular to the school. It's a school spirit, a school pride piece. That was the intention when it was originally created. You know, I do know that there are some people who've expressed concern over it, but it is definitely not to exclude anyone. It's not to say that children are tigers. It's to say that it's representative of a school spirit and a school culture piece.
Eileen, Michelle, anything to add?
I, as I said before, think it should remain a tiger. Like I said, you know, our paper says portrait of a tiger. So that's, and again, Loveland are the tigers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse because I already made my point before. I think if you go to most districts, like my students are the Firebirds. It's just,
Tigers are way better than
I
that.
think, what most schools do, and it's school spirit. I don't know. I may need to get one of those jerseys that's a half and half.
My suggestion would be that we leave it as Tiger, portrait of a tiger, leave it as Tiger, and make that be a consideration as we delve further into that survey input and talk about it at the next iteration with the next superintendent, with the next go round.
So I like difference of opinion, and let's leave it as we have a different opinion.
Okay.
Well said, Kevin.
Pardon, go ahead.
Eric just said, well said. I was going to say, Kevin, we could switch it to something like Firebirds.
Just so we don't switch it to Kroger's.
Now you're getting me into conflicts of interest, so let's stay away from all that.
Okay. Well, we could do, you know, avocados or something like that. I'm getting silly at this point. I would suggest at this point that I would make a motion to table the resolution to approve the board commitments and to bring them forward at the March 2nd business meeting. Is there a second to that motion to table?
I can second that.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on tabling the motion? All right, Mr. Hawley, can we vote on that?
Ms. Pettit,
Yes.
Dr. Swetchnow,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn,
Yes.
Mr. Doherty,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz.
Yes. Next item on the board agenda is to approve policies. And remember, that's the list of those 6 policies that are there that came up for the first reading at the last meeting. So I would make that motion. Is there a second? I see Ms. Pettit seconding. Any discussion or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Hawley, can we vote on those?
Dr. Swetchnow,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn,
Yes.
Mr. Doherty,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Ms. Pettit.
Yes.
Motion carried. We then move on to 5.3 on the agenda. It is a motion to approve a resolution in support of Ohio House Bill 40 and the proposed waiver of mandated state assessments for the 2020-2021 school year. Mr. Nevin has read that resolution to us, so I won't read it again. I'll just ask for a motion to approve that resolution. Is there a motion? Ms. Pettit, and I'll give the second to Mrs. Washburn. Discussion. Mr. Doherty.
Yeah. So I think that you need metrics to make sure that you're looking at the environment objectively, and moving away from the collection of metrics is not something I do easily. But at the same time, I think there are times that you have to prioritize what you do. And I'm not in the classroom, but my sense is that our kids have had a year that's not what we wanted for them. And they need every opportunity they can get. And our teachers need every opportunity they can get to kind of fill in the challenges of this last year. So, again, I'm going to be the last guy who says give up numbers. I think you really need them. The world remembers numbers, but this is a case where I think I've heard Brad's argument. I think he's making a good argument. It makes sense. And for this 1 year, I think I'm going to be in agreement with him.
Sorry, my internet's cutting out. You're in agreement with
With the proposal.
Brad or with the state?
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. I'm in agreement with Brad's recommendation that we support the legislation that suspends this testing for this year.
Okay, sorry, my internet, like I said, I'm still blaming my family and their streaming.
Any other comments or questions?
I agree with to not do the testing, the state's testing at the for this year only. I do know that Loveland is testing their children weekly, if not probably weekly, at least twice a month. Being at home teacher, doing the remote learning at home, she's always got a day set aside for word wall assessment, reading assessment, math assessment. So they're making sure that they're on track, on grade level and moving forward. And I would hope that other districts in the state are doing the same thing to make sure that their kids are in the right place.
And I guess I'd like to make clear that the way that I understand this is that the state testing is only one piece of our regular yearly evaluation of each student class and how they compare to classes before and classes after. We use things like MAP testing and other testing on a regular basis in Loveland schools to accomplish the same thing. Is that a true statement?
It is.
I believe it is, but there goes Mr. Nevin. Yes.
Yes, it is. And And as I said, those are real-time assessments where the teachers can actually give the assessment, evaluate where the individual class stands, and then adjust his or her instruction based on that.
I still think that, removing the mandate for state testing leaves a large hole in how much COVID has affected our state and the education of our students. But I defer to Eileen and Brad, who know much more about our students and how they're doing in schools, in our school in particular, what I care about the most. And am happy to support the motion.
And I would agree with many of the things that have been said. I would simply encourage the administration, as they have done to this point, to continue to provide as much data and information to the board and to the public about how our schools are doing, and to provide whatever information we are able to provide as to how we are doing in relationship to other districts. I know it is more difficult without the state testing. Continue to provide that information they have been doing, so that whatever judgment we can and whatever comparisons we can with the data that we are able to provide. Any other comments or questions? We have a motion, and you're muted, Kevin. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to mention you broke up for about 10 seconds in the middle of that. I don't know if you want to recap it. I think your message came across, but there was a little breakup there.
I probably was too wordy anyway, but simply to encourage the administration to continue to provide both to the board and to the public as much data and as much information as we are able to provide to show how our students are doing through this period, based on previous years, based on what we're going to do in the future. So, all right, we have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, Mr. Hawley, can we vote on that?
Mrs. Washburn,
Yes.
Mr. Doherty,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Ms. Pettit,
Yes.
Dr. Swetchenow.
Yes.
Motion carried. We then move into treasurer resolutions, if I'm on the right page of my agenda here. And I would ask for a motion to approve items 6.1 through 6.5 in the treasurer's resolutions and treasurer's items. And then we will have a report from Mr. Hawley and discussion on that motion. So is there a motion? Ms. Pettit, is there a second? Mrs. Washburn, I saw her hand before yours, Dr. Swetchenow. So we have a motion and a second. Mr. Hawley, would you like to report on those items, and then board members, if you have questions?
Sure. So 6.1 through 6.3 are the Board of Education minutes from the last 3 meetings. Should be fairly self-explanatory, so if you have any questions on those, let me know. 6.4 is the typical information that we give every month. Again, what I always like to point people to is the financial packet that we've put together. This has grown over time. It has evolved, what I would say, vastly since what we've had previously. Nobody got my vast joke? That's, come on. All right, whatever. So it has changed dramatically since we've started. Obviously for things that are important to the district and just communicating to the community. One thing, and it was just something that Mr. Doherty brought up. I will go over kind of the different parts to what makes school funding. So bear with me a second. There's a lot of information on here, but if you go to basically it's the 6th page. I do apologize. Pages 4 and 5 are the same document. So I included those twice just for, I just wanted to really reinforce those 2 pages. So page 6, what you'll see is our current budget versus actual. And what we really look at on that in particular is our 5-year forecast. So it is the items that our 5-year forecast looks at and what we track on a regular basis. We like to look at it on the year to date as more like a litmus test. How are we doing our budget versus what we had anticipated? What Mr. Doherty alluded to originally were these are the categories that are in the 5-year forecast, but they are categories that we look at when we're talking about state versus local funding. And again, if you're interested in the 5-year forecast, it is in much more detail on the Ohio Department of Education's website. You can actually look at the assumptions. The main one that you look at with the forecast does not give a lot of detail. That is the form that every district utilizes. But what we do is we put out an assumptions page that has a lot more detail. It goes into a lot more information as to what each of these categories really represent. Just to simplify it, really to break it down, if you look at general property tax, if you look at the tangible personal property tax and property tax, actually, no, I'm sorry, scratch property tax. If you look at those two, those are basically what we would consider local taxes, what we receive from local taxpayers. That makes up about 64% of our general fund budget. And again, like I stated earlier, the PI fund is separate than this. So this is the general fund versus the PI. So if you're looking at our revenue from property taxes, you do not need to subtract out the PI portion or the permanent improvement portion. If you go towards, if you kind of go left to right, unrestricted aid, restricted aid, and property tax revenue, we would consider that in many ways our state aid. One that you might look at as to why that is property tax. Those are a lot of payments that we receive from the state. They're called homestead or rollbacks. Again, if you want further information on that, I would look at either our assumption page or actually look on probably the Ohio Department of Taxation. They have a lot more information on that. Since although it's property tax and it says property tax allocation, it is payments that we do receive from the state. Our other operating revenues, some of the largest areas are class fees, typically kindergarten and preschool tuition. We are currently not receiving that tuition this year, and any tax abatements that we do receive. So tax abatements do not come in the form of general property tax. They come as separate payments. And lastly is just other financial. Those are typically reimbursements, and the most prevalent of those, or the largest one, is Medicaid reimbursements. We are currently forecasting receiving one a year. If you see in years past that it has been more than that, that is because we have received more than one Medicaid reimbursement. Since I've been in schools, the state has been consistently behind on paying those, and they're slowly catching up. So that's why we're only forecasting one a year. But again, that's just kind of looking at it from the perspective that it's about 64% local funding, about 33% is from what we call state aid, and the remaining portions are just small little portions of tuition, things like that. Besides that, I just wanted to mention that we are still on track with our 5-year forecast. Obviously, we made a lot of cuts due to the failures of the levies, but we have also been consistently looking at other ways to be able to save money in the district. So that has allowed us other opportunities within the district. And so we are significantly less than we were anticipating at this point in time. Any questions on any of that? Great. And then the last one here is it's the change order. I believe that's the next one. Apologize. Yep. 6.5 is rescind and cancel change order. Mr. Ames, could you speak to that a little bit, please?
Yes, if you'll remember last month, I requested change order number 1 in the amount of $7,061. That was to pay for 4 valves that the contractor had omitted from their bid. And I referenced the fact that I would probably be back with another change order or some modification. And since that meeting, I have been able to prove to the contractor that they should have known about it. They had a document that should have told them. So they They agreed, and so I am just asking you to rescind and cancel that entire change order, so it will be as if it never occurred. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Ames. Anybody have any questions?
Best kind of change order.
Rare.
One last thing I did just want to bring up. It is not on the agenda, but I thought it was just important to bring up is that our audit for fiscal year 20 has been released. If you go onto the Ohio Auditor's website, you will see it there. Even this evening, it has shown me that there's a couple things that I just need to update on my treasurer's page, so that we will make sure that that gets up there. What's important about it is that it was a clean audit, so that's why it's good to bring up. We would obviously bring it up no matter what. I don't believe there's a whole lot to talk about it in particular since it was a clean audit. So there were not any findings. There was nothing of substance that they had concerns with the district.
How often does that happen, Kevin?
How often are we audited?
Across the state? When I was being audited a million years ago, we were in competition with each other for 0 audit points, and it was tough. What's the experience in the state of Ohio with 0 audit points?
That's a really good question. They don't necessarily publish that. You'd have to go through each one individually. And I think
Okay.
even the greater challenge with it as well is that they audit townships, they audit cities. So you'd really have to sift through. I mean, I can tell you from my personal experience, my years as a treasurer, I have yet to have any issues come up on an audit. So maybe I'm the exception, maybe I'm the rule. I don't really know at this point. But I don't think it comes up fairly often, but they will make it very clear when there are issues and concerns within the district.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Hawley, can we vote on those items?
Yes. Let me find my place. There. Mr. Doherty?
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz?
Yes.
Ms. Pettit?
Yes.
Dr. Swetchenow?
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn?
Yes.
Motion carried. We then move to the Director of Human Resources and resignations and employment of certified classified homebound substitute and supplemental positions for the 2020-2021 school year. Is there a motion? Ms. Pettit and Mrs. Washburn, they are competing this evening for the most resolutions. And I see that Mr. Ogden has popped up on our screen. So now that we have a motion, I know Mr. Ogden has given us a report and the list of the HR agenda items are now in board docs. Is that correct, Mr. Ogden? So do you have anything additional to report to us than your report that you gave us? And then are there questions for Mr. Ogden?
The only thing I would add really is not in regards to the agenda, but just to say a big thank you to everybody, to Mr. Nevin and to all of our district employees and staff who made last Friday be a wonderful success in collaboration with the Hamilton County ESC and also Kroger, who was very generous, was able to meet a lot of people, and everything went very smoothly, and it was just a great day, and it was an amazing team effort to see everything. So it was a definite positive for Loveland.
You're talking about COVID vaccinations.
Yes.
And on what scale did that occur?
There were a little over 1,300 people vaccinated in a matter of 6 hours. So it was a wonderful undertaking, of which the whole Loveland team came together in collaboration with Hamilton County, in collaboration with Kroger. We had, I think, 19. They threw a school in at the end, which we were more than happy to accept. So there were 19 schools within Hamilton County that went through Loveland. It's a good day.
And do you have any sense for what percentage of our employee population took advantage of the
I'm gonna tread lightly here. I will speak generally. I'd say around 75 to 80%, but I also want to be, very cognizant of that. That was an individual choice of every staff member.
Yeah, I don't mean to infer anything. It's just as we go forward and change operating models, we've made a substantial step towards protecting the population.
There were a lot of smiles and a lot of fast movement through the line. I will say that.
And I think thanks should go to Mr. Ogden as well, who shepherded all of that through. And that was not a simple task of, hey, we're going to have vaccines in Loveland High School. Everybody come on over. So I know that was a huge amount of work that Mr. Ogden led the rest of the staff in getting organized. And so we appreciate that, Mr. Ogden.
Thank you.
Well, and not only that, Chuck, but also opening it up and allowing Loveland to use our facilities to help other school districts. It was great.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Ogden about HR items? Well, then I'll thank him for that report and that those resolutions and ask Mr. Hawley for a vote.
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Ms. Pettit,
Yes.
Dr. Sweshanow,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn,
Yes.
Mr. Doherty.
Yes.
Motion carried. The next item on our agenda would be a resolution to enter into executive session to consider the employment and compensation of a public employee or official and to review negotiations with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of employment. Before we have a motion on that, I will let the public know. As you can see, there is an agenda board action item after that. So we will come back in both for action item and for adjournment, but we will go to a separate Zoom meeting for our executive session. We will be inviting Mr. Nevin, Mr. Hawley, and Mr. Ogden into at least portions of that executive session. So is there a motion to go into executive session for that purpose? Mrs. Washburn, is there a second? Ms. Pettit, switched order that time. Again, that is a motion to enter into executive session to consider the employment and compensation of a public employee or official and to review negotiations with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of employment. Mr. Hawley, can we vote on that?
Ms. Pettit,
Yes.
Dr. Sweshanow,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn,
Yes.
Mr. Doherty,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz.
Yes, motion carried. I have us going into executive session at 9:09. So we will be leaving this Zoom meeting. Thanks for all your attention so far, and we'll be back.
John, are you there? John Leap?
I've got Eileen Washburn as an attendee. I've got Kevin Doherty as an attendee too, but Kevin, you're on already.
I should be in both places because I have a
Okay.
second computer.
Gotcha. Eileen looks like she might be in the attendee list.
She's EPM, remember?
Yeah. But I would guess if she's using her phone, she's going to run into the same problem I ran into.
Is John Leap with us? I can see him there, but I don't know. John,
Yeah,
can
I'm
you
here.
hear us?
Where's Eileen?
All right, so here's Eileen coming in.
Okay.
And I see Bradley, Brad. Yeah, there's Brad, I think, out there
All
in the
right,
attendee list.
so we just need to get Eileen in.
He's coming here.
She's good.
I thought I was in.
All right, there's Eileen. And is Brad trying to get back in?
I think this is Brad right here. Let's just make sure. John Leap, could you ask Brad Lead to activate their video?
Yeah.
We just need to make sure that's the Brad we think it is.
All the other Brads are probably sleeping.
Hope it's not the wrong Brad.
Guys think of me at 5 a.m. when my alarm goes off. Too bad the snow wasn't tonight.
St. X has a 2-hour delay tomorrow.
They do?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that would be a gift. I'm not getting that, but
Okay, it
Are we
looks
still-
like we have the broadcast going.
Okay. Well, I think that if we've got all board members and we have Mr. Hawley, I think we can state that we're coming back out of executive session at 11:54 p.m. Everybody ready? At this point, it would be appropriate for a motion to approve the evaluation of the treasurer.
I move.
That was Ms. Pettit moved, and I believe Mrs. Washburn waived. So we have a motion and a second to approve the evaluation of the treasurer. Board has worked on that evaluation in executive session. Eileen, discussion? No? Her hand was raised. I didn't know if she was,
No, I think that my video was just behind because
Okay.
I was just when you asked for a motion.
got it.
That
Okay.
was back then.
So we do have a motion and a second to approve the evaluation of the treasurer. Any discussion or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Hawley, can we vote on that?
Dr. Swetchina,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn,
Yeah.
Mr. Doherty,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes,
Ms. Pettit.
Yes.
motion carried. Again, for the purpose of whatever public we have hanging in there with us till midnight, I would note that with this action, the board has approved the evaluation of the treasurer. There is no resolution this evening concerning a contract at this meeting. Discussions on contract will be entered into, and in the meantime, by law, the current contract with the treasurer will extend. No other business to come before the board this evening, unless I see anyone waving their hand, or I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Why move? Can we leave?
Ms. Pettit moved. Is there a second?
I would definitely second that. I only have
Aye.
3 minutes left.
Okay, I see Dr. Swetchenow seconding. We have a motion and a second to adjourn. Mr. Hawley, can we vote on that?
Mrs. Washburn,
yes.
Mr. Doherty,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes,
Ms. Pettit,
Yes.
Dr. Swetchina.
Yes.
Meeting adjourned, motion carried. I have us adjourned at 11:57 PM.
Good night, all.
Good night, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.